Hello everyone. Welcome to Midnight Story Channel. I'm here to help you today. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you drift off to sleep, and I'm honored to be part of your journey. Before we begin, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Take a deep breath, get comfortable, and allow yourself to relax. Your story is about to begin. Story 1. The relentless drumming of rain against my windshield was the only constant in the vast, inky blackness that enveloped the interstate. For 20 nerve-wracking miles, those twin pinpricks of light in my rear-view mirror had remained a chillingly static presence, refusing to waver, refusing to yield. At first, I dismissed them, another lonely traveler on this desolate ribbon of asphalt. But as the minutes stretched into an agonizing eternity, and the semi-truck behind me mirrored my every subtle shift, a cold tendril of dread began to coil itself around my gut. My knuckles, white and strained, gripped the steering wheel as I risked another fleeting glance at my tormentor. The truck's high beams, like the predatory eyes of a nocturnal beast, pierced the oppressive darkness, burning into my very soul. I couldn't discern the driver, only a hulking, ominous silhouette, an unyielding sentinel behind the wheel. My foot, a lead weight, pressed harder on the accelerator, sending the speedometer needle on a desperate climb. But the truck, a silent phantom, effortlessly matched my surging speed, never lagging, never encroaching, simply there. A desperate tremor ran through me as my hand fumbled for my phone, a lifeline to anyone, everyone, my sister, my closest friend, even the police. Yet, as the screen flickered to life, my heart plummeted into a chasm of despair, no signal. Of course. Stranded in the suffocating embrace of towering pines and the suffocating void of the night, I was utterly, terrifyingly alone, save for that relentless, monstrous truck. A green road sign, a fleeting beacon of hope, flashed by. Oak Heaven, 30 miles. 30 miles. I could make it. I had to make it. My hands, slick with cold sweat, fought to maintain their grip on the wheel, my gaze darting relentlessly to the mirror, captivated by that unwavering, malevolent presence. The thought of stopping, of becoming a helpless target for whatever sinister entity lurked within that truck, sent a violent shiver tearing through my very core. No. I had to keep moving, keep driving, find sanctuary. The road ahead twisted into a sharp, unforgiving curve. I took it too fast, tires screaming in a tortured protest, and for a heart-stopping moment, I wrestled with the sheer terror of losing control. But I wrestled the car back, my breath coming in ragged, panicked gasps. The truck, however, navigated the treacherous bend with an unnerving grace, momentarily shrinking the agonizing gap between us before retreating to its unnervingly consistent distance. My mind, a frenzied whirlwind, desperately tried to unravel the nightmare I was living. Was this some twisted game, a bored trucker's sick amusement? Or was it something far, far more sinister? The countless warnings, the chilling tales of solo nocturnal journeys, once dismissed with confident disdain, now screamed through my consciousness, mocking my previous arrogance. Then, a sudden burst of light caught my desperate eye, a gas station, a shimmering mirage of salvation, just ahead. Civilization. Safety. My heart soared with a desperate, fragile hope. I flicked on my turn signal, easing my foot from the accelerator, preparing to seize my escape. The truck's engine, a guttural roar, surged, and in a terrifying heartbeat, it was there, a looming leviathan, so impossibly close its headlights vanished from my mirror. A choked cry escaped my lips as I wrenched the wheel, swerving onto the exit ramp at the last, desperate second. The truck, a monstrous blur, thundered past, continuing its inexorable journey down the highway. I stumbled into the gas station, my entire body convulsing with uncontrolled tremors. The fluorescent lights, a harsh, unforgiving glare after the suffocating darkness, buzzed overhead. I clambered from my car, legs like jelly, and staggered inside. An old man, his gaze piercing and suspicious, stood behind the counter. "You all right, miss? You look like you've seen a ghost." My mouth opened, but no words would come. How could I articulate the horror I just endured? Would he even believe such an impossible tale? I think someone was following me," I finally managed to croak, my voice raw with terror. The old man's weathered face softened with an unexpected kindness. "Why don't you sit down? I'll get you some water." I nodded gratefully, collapsing onto a rickety chair by the grimy window. As he moved with surprising agility, I stared out at the desolate parking lot, half expecting to see that monstrous truck reappear at any moment. But the lot remained stubbornly empty, save for my trembling car and an old pickup I presumed belonged to the cashier. "Here you go," the old man said, offering a bottle of water. "Want me to call the police for you?" I shook my head, a weak, defeated gesture. "No, I think it's okay now. They didn't follow me here." He nodded, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, but offered, "Well, you're welcome to stay here as long as you need. I'm here all night." "Thank you," I managed, a fragile smile playing on my lips. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, sipping the cool water, desperately trying to calm the frenzied drumbeat of my heart. Every passing car on the distant highway made me flinch, my eyes darting wildly to the window in a fresh wave of fear. But as the minutes bled into an hour, and the truck stubbornly refused to materialize, a fragile sense of calm began to settle over me. Perhaps I had overreacted, my mind, tormented by darkness and isolation, fabricating a sinister narrative from an innocent coincidence. Finally, I stood, my legs still shaky but more resolute. "I should get going," I told the cashier. "Thank you for your kindness." He nodded, concern still etched on his face. "You be careful out there, miss. It's a dangerous world sometimes." I thanked him once more and made my way back to my car. As I slid into the driver's seat, I took a deep, fortifying breath. The highway stretched before me, a daunting, shadowy expanse, but I steeled myself. I could do this. Oak Heaven was just a short drive away now, and then, sweet, blessed safety, tucked away in my warm bed, laughing at my own foolish terror. I pulled out of the gas station, merging back onto the highway. The road was eerily deserted now, not a whisper of the truck or any other vehicle. A sigh of profound relief escaped me, allowing my body to finally loosen its rigid grip. That's when I saw them, a pair of headlights, far, far in the distance in my rear-view mirror, but utterly, unmistakably familiar. My breath hitched in my throat, a cold, hard knot of terror. It couldn't be. It had to be someone else, another weary traveler traversing the lonely night. But as the minutes dragged on, and those relentless headlights grew closer, that familiar, suffocating knot of fear tightened in my stomach. It was the same truck. I was certain of it. I slammed my foot down on the accelerator, pushing my car to speeds I'd never dared before. the engine whining in a tortured protest as the needle climbed higher and higher. But no matter how fast I flew, those headlights kept pace, neither falling behind nor catching up, simply there, an unblinking, relentless presence. Panic, sharp and clawing, ripped at my throat. This couldn't be happening. Why was this happening? What did they want from me? Then, a glimmer of salvation, a turn off ahead, a smaller, unpaved road branching off from the main highway. Without a moment's hesitation, I yanked the wheel, taking the turn so violently that my tires briefly lifted from the ground. I sped down the narrow, treacherous path, trees whipping past like specters on either side. For one blissful, fleeting moment, the dreaded headlights vanished from my mirror. I'd lost them. I'd actually lost them. But my relief was brutally short-lived. The road I'd chosen was a rough, unpaved track, and it quickly became horrifyingly clear that it led nowhere. The trees pressed in, their gnarled branches scraping against my car, and then, abruptly, the road simply ceased to exist. I slammed on the brakes, my car skidding to a jarring halt mere inches from a massive, fallen tree that completely blocked my path. I was trapped. With shaking hands, I desperately tried to turn the car around, but the road was too narrow, the maneuver impossible. Each futile attempt brought me perilously close to tumbling into the ditch on either side. And then I heard it, the low, guttural rumble of an engine, growing louder with each agonizing second. Headlights, blinding in their intensity, appeared at the entrance to the road, bathing the surrounding trees in a harsh, unforgiving white light. The truck had found me. I abandoned my desperate attempts to turn and instead slammed the car into reverse, trying to back up the way I'd come. But in my frenzied panic, I misjudged the road's treacherous width. My rear tire slipped off the edge, and with a sickening lurch, my car tilted precariously into the ditch. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died. I turned the key frantically, but nothing. I was utterly, irrevocably stuck. The truck's engine roared, then fell silent as it pulled up, completely blocking the road. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to run. I was trapped. The truck's door opened with an agonizingly slow creak, and a figure emerged. In the harsh, blinding glare of the headlights, I couldn't make out any features, just a tall, broad silhouette moving towards me with slow, deliberate, terrifying steps. I frantically locked my doors, a futile gesture that offered little comfort. My heart hammered against my ribs, threatening to burst from my chest. This was it. This was the end. The figure reached my car and stood there, a silent, menacing presence, simply staring. I couldn't see their eyes, but I felt their gaze, a cold, unwavering scrutiny, boring into my very soul. Then, slowly, terrifyingly, they raised a hand. I flinched, bracing myself for I didn't know what. Violence? Death? But instead, they simply knocked on my window. 3 slow, deliberate, unnerving knocks. I stared, frozen in a terrifying blend of disbelief and raw terror. The figure made no other move, just stood there, waiting. With trembling fingers, I pressed the button to lower my window, just a crack, enough to hear, but not enough for them to reach in. "Are you okay?" The voice was gruff, but unmistakably concerned, laced with an unexpected humanity. "I saw you take that turn pretty fast, thought you might be in trouble." I blinked, my mind struggling to reconcile the terror I'd just experienced with the mundane reality unfolding before me. You were following me?" The figure shifted, and suddenly, they didn't seem so menacing, so monstrous, anymore. Just a man, middle-aged from the sound of his voice, standing awkwardly by my car. "I'm sorry if I scared you," he said, a genuine apology in his tone. "I'm a long-haul trucker. I saw you driving erratically back on the highway, thought you might be drunk or falling asleep at the wheel. I was trying to keep an eye on you, make sure you didn't crash." The adrenaline that had been coursing through my veins for hours abruptly drained away, leaving me feeling utterly weak and profoundly foolish. "Oh," was all I could manage to say. "Do you need help getting your car out of the ditch?" he asked, a practical, grounded question. "I've got a tow rope in my truck." I nodded mutely, still grappling with the staggering absurdity of what had just transpired. As the trucker went back to his vehicle to retrieve the rope, I sat there, oscillating wildly between an overwhelming wave of relief and a burning flush of embarrassment. In the end, he did tow my car out of the ditch. It started up without any problems, and he even followed me all the way to Oak Heaven, maintaining a respectful, reassuring distance this time. As I pulled into my driveway, I watched his taillights vanish down the street, feeling a complex swirl of emotions, profound gratitude for his unexpected help, a lingering, icy residue of fear from the harrowing ordeal, and a deep, mortifying sense of shame at how quickly I'd allowed my imagination to conjure the absolute worst. That night, a terrifying crucible, taught me a valuable, unforgettable lesson. The world can indeed be a terrifying, unpredictable place, especially for a woman alone on a desolate road. But it's not always as dangerous as our deepest fears lead us to believe. Sometimes, the monsters we conjure in our darkest imaginings are merely people, ordinary people, trying to offer a helping hand. Still, I confess, I keep my doors locked when I drive at night. Just in case. Story 2. The acrid, metallic stench hit me long before I stumbled into the clearing, a primal, gut-wrenching dread that twisted my stomach into knots. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for the horrifying tableau that lay before me, a campsite ripped apart by something far more monstrous than any bear I had ever conceived. For 3 blissful weeks, I, Alex, had reveled in the profound solitude and exhilarating challenge of hiking the ancient Appalachian Trail. The weather had been flawless, the vistas breathtaking, and I had settled into a comforting rhythm of traversing winding paths, establishing my temporary sanctuaries, and drifting into slumber beneath a magnificent canopy of stars. But as I forced my way through a dense thicket of undergrowth that afternoon, the very fabric of my serene world unraveled. The clearing was small, perhaps 20 feet across, encircled by towering pines that seemed to lean inward, conspiring to conceal the unspeakable horror within. A tent, or rather, what remained of one, lay in tattered shreds, its fabric fluttering weakly like a wounded bird in the gentle breeze. The contents of a backpack were scattered indiscriminately across the forest floor, clothes and gear strewn like macabre confetti after a particularly violent celebration. But it was the dark, viscous stains on the pine needles that sent an icy jolt directly through my veins, too dark to be mere mud, too shockingly red to be anything but blood. I stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, my own pack suddenly a leaden weight on my trembling shoulders. My mind, a frantic, desperate kaleidoscope, struggled to make sense of the carnage. A bear attack? But bears didn't shred tents with such calculated fury, didn't scatter belongings with such chilling purposefulness. I should leave, a terrified voice screamed within me. I should turn around right now and hike as fast as I possibly can to the nearest ranger station. Yet, an unseen force held me captive, a morbid, irresistible curiosity mingled with a profound, gnawing sense of responsibility. What if someone was hurt? What if they needed my desperate, inadequate help? Swallowing hard, my throat suddenly constricted, I took a tentative, trembling step into the clearing. The stench intensified, raw and nauseating, forcing a retch from my throat. I yanked my bandana up over my nose, a futile attempt to block out the overwhelming odor. "Hello?" I called out, my voice, a tiny, frightened whisper, swallowed by the eerie, suffocating silence of the woods. "Is anyone here? Do you need help?" No response. Only the mournful whisper of the wind through the ancient pines and the frantic, deafening drumbeat of my own heart in my ears. I moved closer to the ruined tent, my eyes frantically scanning for any flicker of movement, any hint of life. But there was nothing. Only utter destruction and those dark, ominous stains that mocked my sanity. A glint of metal caught my eye. Bending down, I saw it, a cell phone. Its screen was spidderwood with cracks, but astonishingly, it was still intact. With trembling, clumsy fingers, I picked it up. The battery was dead, but even that minuscule connection to the outside world, that fragile link to normalcy, made me feel a little less terrifyingly alone. As I straightened up, something else seized my attention: footprints. But not the kind one would ever expect to see at a tranquil campsite. These were monstrously different, larger than any human foot I had ever encountered, with long, wickedly curved impressions at the end of each toe, like razor-sharp claws. A profound, icy chill snaked its way down my spine, and suddenly, the ancient forest around me seemed to darken, to morph into something infinitely more menacing. Whatever unspeakable horror had wrought this devastation, it wasn't human. And it might still be out there. I needed to leave. Now. But as I spun to flee, a sudden gust of wind carried a new sound to my ears, a whimper. So faint, so agonizingly fragile, I almost missed it. It was coming from the far side of the clearing, where the underbrush grew thick and wildly untamed. Every primal instinct screamed at me to run, to flee this place of unimaginable horror as fast and as far as my legs could carry me. But that sounded could be someone in desperate need. Someone grievously hurt. Could I truly abandon them without even checking? Cursing my own treacherous conscience, I crept, every muscle screaming in protest, towards the source of the pitiful sound. My heart hammered so violently I was certain its frantic rhythm would betray my presence to whatever lurked in the suffocating shadows. The underbrush was a dense, thorny barrier, its cruel spines catching at my clothes as I forced my way through. The whimpering grew louder, more distinct. It sounded animalistic, yes, but unlike any animal I had ever encountered. I pushed aside a final, clinging branch and found myself staring into a small, shadowed hollow, formed by the gnarled, ancient roots of a massive oak. And there, huddled deep in the oppressive gloom, was something. At first glance, it appeared to be a dog, but as my eyes desperately adjusted to the suffocating darkness, I realized with a terrifying jolt that it was far too massive to be any normal canine. Its fur was a mottled gray, matted with dirt and what looked, sickeningly, like fresh blood. And its eyes, when it turned those eyes on me, I felt my breath catch in my throat, a suffocating knot of terror. They were intelligent eyes, profoundly aware, and filled with a pain that seemed almost tragically human in its intensity. The creature whimpered again, shrinking back as I took an involuntary, terrified step forward. That's when I saw the trap. Its rear leg was caught in a wicked, gleaming snare, the cold metal biting deep into raw, torn flesh. For a long, agonizing moment, we simply stared at each other, this impossible, terrifying creature and I. Every fiber of my being told me I should be paralyzed with fear. This thing, whatever it was, had undoubtedly been responsible for the horrifying carnage in the clearing. Those claws, barely visible beneath the matted fur, could tear me apart in seconds. But all I felt, in that moment of profound unreality, was an overwhelming wave of pity, and a strange, inexplicable urge to help. Slowly, deliberately, telegraphing my every movement, I shrugged off my backpack. The creature watched me with wary, intelligent eyes as I rummaged through its contents, finally pulling out my multi-tool. "It's okay," I whispered softly, unsure if it could even comprehend my words. "I'm going to help you. Just please don't eat me, all right?" As I cautiously approached, the creature let out a low, guttural growl, a rumble that vibrated through the very ground. But it didn't lunge, didn't bare its teeth in a predatory snarl. It simply watched, those intelligent, knowing eyes never leaving my face. The snare was agonizingly tight, cruelly designed, and it took every ounce of my strength, every shred of my limited wilderness first aid knowledge, to loosen it without inflicting further, agonizing damage. The entire time, I was acutely, terrifyingly aware of those eyes fixed upon me, of the hot, fetid breath that smelled of rotting meat and something else, something wild, ancient, and utterly untamed. Finally, with one last, desperate twist of the multi-tool, the snare sprang open, releasing its tormented prey. The creature immediately pulled its injured leg close, licking at the raw wound with a tongue that seemed impossibly long for its massive mouth. I backed away slowly, my heart still a frantic drumbeat in my chest. What now? I couldn't exactly call animal control. And I had a chilling premonition that even if I could, this was something far, far beyond their usual scope. The creature stood, shaky at first, but quickly gaining an unnerving strength. It was even larger than I had initially imagined, easily the size of a bear when on all fours. But it didn't stand like a bear. As I watched, my mouth agape in a silent scream, it rose onto its hind legs, towering over me, a monstrous, impossible silhouette against the dim light filtering through the trees. In that shattering moment, I understood with perfect, horrifying clarity what had transpired in the clearing. I saw those claws now, at eye level, gleaming wickedly, and knew precisely what they could do to human flesh. I should run. Every rational part of my screaming brain urged me to turn and sprint, to flee as fast as I could in the opposite direction, to erase this impossible horror from my mind. But I remained rooted to the spot, utterly transfixed by those eyes that now stared down at me, eyes that held a profound, unsettling depth. The creature took a single, deliberate step forward. I flinched, squeezing my eyes shut, bracing myself for the inevitable, for the teeth, for the claws, for the end. But instead of violence, I felt a touch. Gentle. Almost tender. I slowly opened my eyes to find the creature's massive paw resting lightly on my shoulder. Its eyes, now level with mine, held an expression I could only describe as profound gratitude. And then, as swiftly and as silently as it had appeared, it was gone. With a burst of speed that utterly belied its immense size, it loped off into the deeper forest, leaving me utterly alone with my still thundering heart and 1,000 impossible questions. I don't know how long I stood there, utterly numb, trying to process the impossible. The sun was noticeably lower in the sky by the time I finally shook myself from my daze and made my way back to the clearing. The destruction was still there, a stark, visceral reminder that what I'd encountered was no gentle giant. This was a predator, capable of terrible, unimaginable violence. And yet, it had shown mercy, intelligence, maybe even a flicker of something profoundly akin to humanity. I knew I should report what I'd found. The rangers needed to know about the destroyed campsite, about the terrifying possibility of a dangerous, unknown animal in the area. But as I stood there, watching the lengthening shadows creep across the clearing, I realized with a chilling certainty that I couldn't do it. Who would ever believe me? A creature larger than a bear, walking on two legs, with eyes filled with human-like awareness? They'd think I was insane. Or worse, that I was somehow responsible for the gruesome destruction around me. No. This would have to remain my secret. A story too wild, too impossible, to ever share. As night began to fall, I hurriedly set up my own camp, far from the site of the horror. The forest that had seemed so welcoming just that morning now felt alive with ancient secrets and hidden dangers. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig, made me jump, my nerves frayed and screaming. Sleep was an impossible dream. I lay in my tent, every sense straining for any sign of the creature's return. But the night passed uneventfully, the forest quietly settling into its usual nocturnal symphony. When dawn finally broke, I packed up with frantic haste and hit the trail, desperate to put as much distance as humanly possible between myself and the terrifying events of the previous day. But as I hiked, my mind kept returning to those eyes, to that gentle, impossible touch on my shoulder. I realized, with a profound sense of awe and terror, that the forest had changed for me. It was no longer merely a place of breathtaking beauty and serene solitude. Now, it was a realm of profound mystery, of things utterly beyond my understanding. Every shadow might conceal a secret, every unexplained sound could be something extraordinary. I've returned to those ancient woods many times since that day. I've never seen the creature again, never found any tangible sign of its existence. Sometimes, in my more cynical moments, I wonder if I imagined the whole terrifying ordeal, if the profound solitude and wildness of the place had simply played cruel tricks on my mind. But then, I remember the astonishing weight of that paw on my shoulder, the haunting intelligence in those unforgettable eyes. And I know, with an unshakable certainty, that out there, in the deepest, darkest, untamed parts of the forest, there are wonders and terrors beyond our wildest, most fervent dreams. We just have to be brave enough, or perhaps foolish enough, to seek them out. Story 3. The moment our battered sedan choked and died on the desolate outskirts of Blackwood Creek, I, Jack, knew we were in profound trouble. But it wasn't until I truly saw the way the locals regarded us, a chilling blend of raw hunger and thinly veiled malevolence, that the icy tendrils of true terror began to coil around my heart. This quaint, seemingly idyllic little town, with its picture-perfect main street and unsettlingly wide smiles, was concealing a grotesque, unspoken secret. And Sarah, my beloved wife, and I had just become unwitting players in whatever sinister game they were orchestrating. Up until that harrowing point, this cross-country road trip had been my vision of a perfect honeymoon. Sarah and I had relished the boundless freedom of the open road, basking in the joy of each other's company. We had deliberately shunned the mundane major highways, opting instead for the winding, scenic backroads that meandered through forgotten corners of America, through towns that time seemed to have left behind. Blackwood Creek wasn't even a blip on our meticulously planned itinerary. We'd taken a wrong turn somewhere, lost ourselves on a lonely, endless stretch of road that seemed to swallow the very light, when we'd spotted the town's faded welcome sign. We'd figured it was as good a place as any to seek refuge for the night. That's when our trusty sedan, a reliable companion that had never betrayed us before, decided to breathe its last. One moment, we were cruising, carefree and content. The next, the engine coughed, groaned in a horrifying crescendo of metallic agony, and gave up the ghost. "Well, this is just great," Sarah sighed, raking her fiery red hair from her anxious face. "What do we do now?" I tried to maintain a facade of optimism, a desperate, cheerful mask. "Hey, at least we broke down near a town. We'll get it towed to a local mechanic, maybe spend the night at a cute bed and breakfast. It'll be an adventure." Sarah offered a small, strained smile, but I could see the fresh worry etched in her beautiful eyes. We were stranded in the middle of nowhere, with dwindling cash and a car that refused to stir. Not precisely the romantic getaway we'd envisioned. As we painstakingly pushed our dead car into town, the first thing that struck me was the profound, unnatural quiet. No children's laughter echoing from sun-drenched yards, no distant hum of music drifting from open windows. Just an eerie, suffocating stillness that made the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. We managed to maneuver the car to a small, dilapidated garage on Main Street. The mechanic, a burly man whose hands were permanently stained with grease and whose face was locked in a perpetual scowl, barely graced us with a glance as he grudgingly examined the inert engine. "Gonna take a few days to fix," he grunted, his voice as rough as gravel. "Parts'll have to come from out of town." "A few days?" I echoed, my heart sinking like a stone. "Isn't there anything you can do to speed it up?" He fixed me with a gaze so cold, so utterly devoid of warmth, that I involuntarily recoiled. "Things move slow round here, city boy. You do well to remember that." As we walked away from the garage, the mechanic's chilling words hung in the air, a sinister warning that settled deep in my bones. "Jack," Sarah whispered, her hand finding mine, her grip tight and desperate. "Something's not right here. These people, the way they're looking at us." I'd felt it too. Every single person we passed on the street was staring at us with an unsettling, unwavering intensity, their smiles too wide, too fixed, their eyes holding something that looked disturbingly like anticipation. We found a small, shabby motel on the edge of town. The desk clerk, an elderly woman with a smile stretched far too wide, a grotesque parody of warmth, seemed almost gleeful as she handed us our room key. "Oh, we don't get many visitors here in Blackwood Creek," she purred, her voice sickly sweet. "I do hope you'll stay a while." The room itself was dated but surprisingly clean. The moment the door clicked shut behind us, Sarah turned to me, her face a pale mask of fear. "We need to leave, Jack. Now. I don't care if we have to walk out of this town, but we can't stay here." I longed to dismiss her fears, to tell her she was overreacting, that small towns were simply different from the bustling world we knew. But deep down, I felt it too, a growing, suffocating dread that seemed to permeate the very air of Blackwood Creek. "Okay," I said, striving for a calmness I didn't feel. "First thing in the morning, We'll figure out a way to leave. But for now, let's just try to get some rest. Sleep, however, was a cruel, elusive phantom that night. Every creak of the old motel, every distant, indiscernible sound from the town, sent our nerves screaming, leaving us rigid with tension. When dawn finally, mercifully, broke, we were both utterly exhausted, but profoundly relieved to see the first fragile rays of sunlight. Our relief was brutally short-lived. As we stepped out of our room, ready to make our desperate escape from Blackwood Creek, we were greeted by a silent, unnerving tableau of townspeople. They stood in a loose, unsettling semicircle, a human barrier blocking our path to the street. At their center stood a man in a suit that might have been fashionable decades ago, his smile wide but utterly devoid of warmth, failing to reach the cold depths of his eyes. "Good morning," he said, his voice as smooth as oil. "I'm Mayor Thorne. We're so pleased you've decided to join us here in Blackwood Creek." We were just leaving," Sarah stammered, her hand finding mine, squeezing tight, a desperate plea. The mayor's smile widened, revealing far too many teeth, a predatory gleam. "Oh, I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, once you come to Blackwood Creek, you don't leave. That's just how it is." My mind raced, a frantic, desperate scramble to comprehend the horrifying reality unfolding before us. "Look, our car will be fixed in a few days. We'll be out of your hair then, I promise." Mayor Thorne chuckled, a chilling, guttural sound that sent shivers tearing down my spine. "You misunderstand me. You're not leaving in a few days. You're not leaving ever. Blackwood Creek needs new blood, you see, to keep things fresh." That's when the subtle, horrifying changes in the townspeople around us became terrifyingly apparent. Their smiles stretched wider, impossibly so, their faces subtly elongating. Their eyes seemed to glow with an eerie, inner light that was undeniably, terrifyingly unnatural. What are you?" I whispered, my voice a raw, shaking rasp. "We are Blackwood Creek," the mayor replied, spreading his arms wide in a grotesque, all-encompassing gesture. "And now, so are you." What followed was a nightmare so visceral, so unspeakable, I can scarcely force myself to recount it. Sarah and I ran, of course. We ran until our lungs burned with desperate agony, until our legs felt like leaden weights. But Blackwood Creek, it seemed, had its own horrifying agenda. No matter which direction we desperately fled, we invariably found ourselves back in the town center, a cruel, inescapable gravitational pull. The roads that should have led us to freedom looped back on themselves in impossible, reality-defying ways. It was as if the very geography of the place was actively warping around us, trapping us in an endless, agonizing maze. The townspeople, a growing, relentless tide, pursued us with a single-minded determination that was terrifying in its cold intensity. They never seemed to tire, never faltered, and with each agonizing hour, they became less and less human, shedding their familiar facades like grotesque skins. We witnessed faces stretch and distort into nightmarish caricatures, limbs elongate to impossible, grotesque lengths. The very air itself seemed to shimmer around them, as if reality was struggling, failing, to maintain its coherent shape in their malevolent presence. As night, a suffocating blanket, descended, we found ourselves cornered in the old, decaying church at the very edge of town. The windows were crudely boarded up, the doors barricaded with whatever flimsy obstacles we could desperately find. But we could hear them outside, a horrifying symphony of scratching and clawing at the very walls, their guttural whispers seeping through the cracks. "Jack!" Sarah sobbed, her face streaked with grime and fresh tears. "What's happening? What are they?" I wished, with every fiber of my being, that I had an answer for her, some rational explanation that could bring a semblance of sanity to the utter madness we'd stumbled into. But all I could do was hold her close, my arms wrapped protectively around her, and whisper a desperate promise that somehow, some way, we would find a way out of this hell. As the night wore on, the sounds outside grew louder, more frenzied, a terrifying crescendo. The walls of the church began to warp and twist, the very structure of the building seeming to writhe and groan around us, infused with a malevolent life. In those dark, agonizing hours, huddled together in the heart of a town that defied all logic and reason, I grasped a terrible, inescapable truth. Blackwood Creek wasn't merely a place. It was something alive. Something ancient. Something profoundly, terrifyingly hungry. And it had chosen us to be its next, agonizing meal. But even in the deepest, most suffocating depths of that horror, a tiny, defiant spark ignited within me. We might be trapped, yes. Outmatched by forces we couldn't even begin to comprehend. But we were still us. Still Jack and Sarah. And as long as we had each other, we had hope. As the first, fragile light of dawn began to seep through the jagged cracks in the boarded-up windows, I turned to Sarah, my mind clear, my resolve hardening. "We're getting out of here," I said, my voice steadier than I felt, and fused with a newfound, desperate certainty. "I don't know how, but we are. Together." She nodded, her eyes shining with a potent mixture of raw fear and unwavering determination. "Together," she echoed, her voice trembling but firm. And so, as Blackwood Creek writhed and pulsed around us, its inhuman inhabitants closing in, we prepared to make our stand. Because sometimes, when confronted with the utter, impossible, reality-shattering horror, all you can do is cling to what you love, to what truly matters, and refuse to let go. Whatever Blackwood Creek was, whatever dark, ancient secret it held, we would face it. And maybe, just maybe, we would find a way to break free from its suffocating grasp and return to a world that made sense. A world where towns didn't come alive and trap unwary travelers. A world where nightmares stayed safely in the realm of dreams. But even if we didn't, even if Blackwood Creek ultimately claimed us, we would go down fighting. Because that's what you do when the world turns utterly upside down and reality itself becomes your most terrifying enemy. You hold on tight to what matters most, and you never, ever give up. Story 4. The porch steps groaned beneath my hesitant weight, a sound that seemed to reverberate with unsettling clarity across the eerily silent farmlands. I, Sarah, had made this familiar trip countless times before in my decade as a social worker in rural Missouri, but something about today felt profoundly, chillingly different. The air hung thick with an almost palpable tension, like the suffocating calm before a monstrous storm. As my hand, suddenly trembling, rose to knock, an icy premonition snaked its way down my spine. Little did I know, I was about to step into a living nightmare that would claw at my soul for years to come. I'd witnessed my fair share of shattered families, grim abuse cases, and children enduring dire living conditions. Yet, nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for the chilling horror I was about to confront at the desolate Henderson farm that ominous day. The call had come in yesterday, a concerned neighbor, her voice laced with trepidation, reporting unsettling and unusual activity at the ancient farmhouse. Normally, I would have dismissed it as mere small-town gossip, the kind that thrives in isolated communities. But the Hendersons had been a persistent, nagging shadow on our radar for a while now, crippling financial troubles, whispered rumors of violent domestic disputes, and a recent, tragic accident involving their youngest son had placed them squarely in the at-risk category. So here I was, standing on their decaying porch, desperately trying to ignore the cold, hard knot of dread tightening in the pit of my stomach. I knocked again, harder this time, the sound seeming to dissipate into the vast, indifferent expanse of the surrounding cornfields. "Mrs. Henderson?" I called out, my voice straining against the oppressive silence. "It's Sarah from Social Services. I'm just here for a routine check." In silence. A suffocating, malevolent silence. I tentatively tried the door handle, surprised, then chilled, to find it unlocked. The door swung inward with a long, low, agonizing creak that scraped against my very teeth. "Hello? Anyone home?" The interior of the farmhouse was a cavern of oppressive dimness, dust motes dancing in the few meager shafts of sunlight that desperately tried to penetrate the grimy, neglected windows. The living room was a scene of utter chaos, furniture overturned, picture frames shattered on the floor, shards of glass gleaming ominously in the gloom. My heart began to pound, a frantic, warning drum. This was more than just the usual clutter of a busy family home. This was destruction. "Mr. Henderson? Mrs. Henderson?" I called out again, my voice echoing, hollow and lost, through the empty, menacing rooms. As I moved deeper into the house, the terrifying signs of violent disturbance became even more pronounced. In the kitchen, drawers had been violently yanked open, their contents spilled in a grotesque tableau across the grimy linoleum. A wooden chair lay on its side, one leg snapped clean off, a jagged, splintered wound. And there, on the refrigerator door, a child's drawing, held precariously in place by alphabet magnets. They spelled out a single, chilling word: help. My blood ran cold, a horrifying, stagnant pool in my veins. My hand instinctively darted to my phone, ready to summon backup, to scream for aid. Only to find, with a sickening lurch of despair, that I had no signal. Of course. The Henderson farm was notoriously remote, a desolate island in a sea of isolation. A faint sound from upstairs made me freeze, every muscle screaming in protest. It was barely audible, a mere whisper in the oppressive silence of the house, but in that profound quiet, it might as well have been a gunshot. It was a cry. A child's cry. Every instinct, every fiber of my being, screamed at me to run, to flee this house of horrors and drive as fast as my trembling hands would allow to the nearest police station. But I couldn't. Not with a child, a vulnerable, helpless soul, potentially in mortal danger. I took a deep, fortifying breath, steeling myself against the encroaching terror, and began to ascend the creaking stairs. Each step groaned under my weight, a loud, undeniable announcement of my presence to whoever, or whatever, lurked above. The second floor was a suffocating void of darkness, even more profound than the first. The windows here were cruelly boarded up from the inside, plunging the hallway into an inky blackness. The faint crying intensified, growing louder, more desperate, as I approached a door at the very end of the hall. It was slightly ajar, a sliver of deeper darkness beckoning me forward, a gaping maw. "Hello?" I called out softly, my voice barely a whisper, a fragile plea. Is someone there? I'm here to help. The crying ceased abruptly. An unnerving, profound silence descended, heavy and suffocating. With trembling fingers, I pushed the door open. The room beyond was pitch black, an abyss of unseen terrors. I fumbled frantically for my phone, its feeble light struggling to illuminate the suffocating space. It was a child's bedroom, or at least, it had been once. Now, it looked more like a desecrated prison cell. The walls were covered in frantic, desperate scribbles, stick figures and monstrous, distorted shapes intertwined in a chaotic, terrifying mural. The bed was overturned, its frame bent and twisted as if by some immense, unseen force. And there, huddled in the farthest corner, was a small, shivering figure. Hey there, I said, striving to keep my voice calm and soothing, a fragile balm against the rising tide of my own fear. My name's Sarah. I'm here to help. Are you okay? The figure didn't move, didn't respond, a silent, frozen statue of despair. As I inched closer, the desperate beam of my phone's light revealed more chilling details. It was a boy, no more than 8 or 9 years old. He was rocking back and forth, a repetitive, self-soothing motion, his thin arms wrapped tightly around his knees. Can you tell me your name? I asked, kneeling down to his level, my movements slow and deliberate, designed to inspire trust, not fear. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the boy raised his head. I had to stifle a gasp, a choked cry of horror. His face was gaunt, stretched tight over his bone structure, eyes sunken and rimmed with vast, bruised circles of fatigue. But it was his expression that truly sent a violent chill to my very bone marrow. It was a look of pure, unadulterated, soul-shattering terror. They took them, he whispered, his voice a raw, rasping sound, as if from endless screaming. Who took who, sweetie? Mom and Dad. The shadows took them. I felt a prickle of profound unease, cold and sharp, snake its way down my spine. What shadows, honey? Can you tell me what happened? The boy's eyes darted frantically around the room, as if expecting the horrifying shadows to materialize at any moment. They came at night. I heard Mom screaming. Dad tried to fight them, but his voice trailed off, fresh, glistening tears welling up in his bruised eyes. I reached out, a gentle, comforting gesture, but he flinched away from my touch, a raw, primal fear etched on his face. It's okay, I said softly, desperately. You're safe now. I'm going to get you out of here, all right? He shook his head violently, a desperate, frantic gesture. No. No, we can't leave. They'll find us. They always find us. Who will find us? But before he could utter another word, a sound from downstairs made us both freeze, every muscle rigid with terror. It was the unmistakable, agonizing creak of the front door opening. The boy's eyes widened in profound, paralyzing terror. They're here, he whispered, his voice a choked sob. I grabbed his hand, my fingers icy around his small, trembling ones, pulling him to his feet. We need to go. Now. We crept out of the bedroom, my heart pounding so loudly I was certain its frantic rhythm would betray our presence. The stairs loomed before us, a terrifying descent into unknown danger. That's when I saw them, shadows, darker than the surrounding gloom, moving with a fluid, terrifying grace that was decidedly, horrifyingly inhuman. They were coming up the stairs. I bit back a scream, a strangled gasp of pure terror, pulling the boy close to me, shielding him with my own body. "Is there another way out?" I whispered urgently, my voice barely a breath. He nodded, pointing a trembling finger to a window at the very end of the hall. Without a moment's hesitation, fueled by a desperate, primal urge to survive, I scooped him up, his small body surprisingly light in my arms, and ran. Behind us, I could hear the horrifying, slithering advance of the shadows, a sound like dry leaves skittering across cracked pavement, chillingly close. I fumbled frantically with the window latch, acutely, agonizingly aware of the approaching, unspeakable danger. Finally, with a desperate click, it yielded. I pushed the window open, feeling a sudden, exhilarating rush of cool, fresh air on my face. "Hold on tight," I told the boy, my voice a desperate command. And without allowing myself the luxury of thought, I climbed out onto the sloping roof. The shingles were slick with moss, treacherous beneath my scrambling feet. I inched along, every movement agonizingly slow, the boy clinging to me like a desperate, precious lifeline. Below us, the ground seemed impossibly far away, a dark, unforgiving abyss. A horrifying sound from the window made me whip my head around. A shadow, a viscous, inky blackness, was oozing out, reaching for us with tendrils of pure darkness. The boy whimpered, burying his face in my shoulder, his small body trembling violently against mine. There was nowhere left to go but down. I took a deep, shuddering breath, whispered a silent, desperate prayer, and jumped. The impact knocked the wind clean out of me, a searing pain shooting through my ankle, but there was no time to assess the damage, no time for self-pity. I staggered to my feet, the boy still clutched tightly in my arms, and ran. The cornfield loomed before us, its stalks swaying gently in the unseen breeze, a vast, whispering ocean of green. I plunged in without hesitation, the rough leaves whipping at my face like cruel whips as I ran blindly forward, driven by a primal, unthinking terror. I don't know how long we ran. It could have been minutes, an agonizing eternity, or a lifetime. All I knew was the burning, searing agony in my lungs, the desperate weight of the boy in my arms, and the constant, gnawing, suffocating fear that at any moment, those horrifying shadows would emerge from the rustling corn and drag us into whatever hellish realm they had taken the Hendersons. Finally, mercifully, we burst free of the suffocating cornfield. My car sat there, a shining beacon of normalcy, a fragile anchor in this nightmare landscape. I fumbled frantically for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert them into the lock. The engine roared to life, a blessed, glorious sound, and I've never been so profoundly grateful for anything in my entire life. As I strapped the boy into the passenger seat, his small face still pale and tear-streaked, I risked a fleeting glance back at the farmhouse. It stood silhouetted against the setting sun, its windows dark and empty, like vacant, soulless eyes. But I could have sworn I saw movement behind one of those windows, a reddening, inky mass of shadow that sent a fresh wave of icy terror crawling over my skin. I gunned the engine and peeled out of the driveway, gravel spraying violently behind us. In the rearview mirror, I watched the farmhouse recede into the distance, a dark, malevolent blot on the darkening landscape that seemed to pulse with a sinister, unspeakable energy. The boy was silent beside me, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, still wide with unspeakable horror. I longed to comfort him, to tell him everything would magically be all right, but the words, hollow and meaningless, stuck in my throat. Because I knew, deep down, with a horrifying, crushing certainty, that nothing would ever truly be alright again. As we sped towards town, towards the fragile illusion of safety and rationality in a world that once made sense, I couldn't shake the chilling, inescapable feeling that we had only postponed the inevitable. That someday, somehow, those terrifying shadows would find us again. And when they did, God help us all. Story 5. The first time I caught a fleeting glimpse of the apparition, I almost convinced myself it was merely the cruel trickery of profound exhaustion, a figment of my mind during the grueling graveyard shift. But by the third night, as I watched, utterly transfixed, a spectral hand reached through the solid wall of a patient's room to adjust and foredrip. A chilling, undeniable certainty settled deep within me. I wasn't imagining things. Something was terrifyingly, fundamentally wrong in the south wing of St. Augustine's Hospital, and, impossibly, I was the only one who could truly perceive it. My name is Elena, and I had dedicated 5 grueling years to the night shift at St. Augustine's. I believed, in my weary bones, that I had witnessed it all, the breathtaking miracles, the crushing tragedies, the long, quiet hours where the fragile scales of life and death hung in a delicate, agonizing balance. But nothing, absolutely nothing, could have prepared me for the chilling encounters that awaited me in those dark, sterile hallways. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly, a wheelchair, inexplicably shifting its position on its own. The faint, distant echo of footsteps when every single patient was deep in the clutches of sleep. I, ever the pragmatist, brushed them aside, attributing them to the usual groans and creaks of an ancient, sprawling building. But then I saw her. A woman, her form transparent as mist, clad in an outdated nurse's uniform, gliding silently down the deserted corridor. I froze, every muscle rigid with terror, my heart hammering against my ribs, threatening to shatter them. She passed directly through a closed door, vanishing from my sight as if she had never existed. I rubbed my eyes frantically, convinced I was hallucinating from the brutal lack of sleep, but deep down, in the core of my being, I knew. What I'd witnessed was terrifyingly, impossibly real. The next night, I arrived at work fueled by a desperate, unwavering determination to unearth a logical, rational explanation. I threw myself into my duties with a frenzied energy, checking on patients, meticulously administering medications, anything, everything, to keep my mind desperately occupied, to ward off the encroaching dread. But as the long, silent hours bled into one another, the strange occurrences only intensified, escalating with an unnerving purposefulness. Equipment moved on its own, sliding silently across sterile surfaces. Monitors flickered with impossible, nonsensical readings, their numbers dancing with a malevolent glee. And always, there was the spectral nurse, watching from the oppressive shadows with eyes that were profound pools of sorrow, hollow and filled with an ancient pain. By the third night, the flimsy veil of denial had been violently ripped away. I could no longer deny the impossible truth. St. Augustine's was haunted, and somehow, inexplicably, I was the only one cursed with the ability to see it. I tried to confide in my bewildered coworkers, to share the chilling reality I was experiencing, but they merely laughed, their dismissive mirth echoing in the sterile halls. "Elena, you're working too hard," they'd say, their voices laced with an irritating blend of concern and disbelief. "Maybe you should take some time off." But I couldn't. Something profound and horrifying was unfolding within the very walls of this hospital, something utterly beyond the realm of medical science, and I, inexplicably, desperately, needed to understand why. It was nearing the grueling end of my shift when the impossible truly began to unfurl, when things took a terrifying, surreal turn. I was conducting my final rounds, meticulously checking on the patients in the south wing, when a chilling anomaly caught my eye. The hallway seemed to stretch, to elongate beyond all physical possibility, as if observed through a funhouse mirror. The fluorescent lights flickered ominously, casting grotesque, shifting shadows that danced with a malevolent life across the walls. I blinked, again and again, wondering if my exhausted eyes were playing cruel tricks on me, if my mind was finally fracturing under the strain. But no. The corridor was undeniably, impossibly stretching, expanding like something out of a nightmarish dream. My breath hitched in my throat as the horrifying truth slammed into me: this wing shouldn't even exist. St. Augustine's was an L-shaped building. I'd walked its halls countless times, memorized every turn, every corner, every single room. There was no south wing. At least, not in the waking, rational world. Fear, cold and paralyzing, gripped me, squeezing my very breath from my lungs. But a primal, irresistible curiosity, a desperate need for understanding, pushed me forward, compelled me to unravel the mystery. I had to know what lay at the end of this impossible, reality-defying hallway. My footsteps echoed unnaturally, the sound bouncing off walls that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly, malevolent energy. The temperature plummeted dramatically, sending an icy wave through me, my breath fogging visibly in the sudden, frigid air. Goosebumps prickled along my arms as I hugged myself, a futile attempt to ward off the supernatural, bone-chilling cold. And then I saw her again. The ghost nurse. She stood at the far, unreachable end of the impossible corridor, beckoning me with a pale, translucent hand. Her eyes, once pools of profound sadness, now burned with an urgent, desperate intensity. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice sounding small and fragile, lost in the eerie, suffocating silence. "What do you want?" She didn't speak, didn't utter a sound, merely continued to gesture, an insistent, desperate plea for me to follow. Against every screaming instinct, against every rational fiber of my being, I obeyed. As I drew closer, more chilling details of her spectral form began to coalesce. Her uniform, startlingly starched and pristine, was unmistakably from the 1950s. Her face, though young, held the profound, ancient weight of decades of unspeakable suffering. And there, on her name tag, barely legible through the shimmering translucence, Eleanor. My blood ran cold. Eleanor. As in St. Augustine's Hospital? This wasn't just any spectral echo. This was the lingering spirit of the hospital's namesake, Eleanor Vance. Before I could even begin to process this shattering revelation, Eleanor turned and glided effortlessly through a door I hadn't even noticed before. It was ancient, made of heavy, dark wood, with peeling paint and a faded sign hanging crookedly, "Quarantine Ward." My hand trembled violently as I reached for the cold doorknob. Every instinct, every primal scream of self-preservation, urged me to turn back, to flee this place that shouldn't exist, to run from the impossible reality that was unfurling before me. But I couldn't. I'd come too far, witnessed too much, to retreat now. The door groaned open, revealing a scene ripped from another time, another dimension. Gone were the modern medical equipment and sterile white walls. Instead, I found myself in a ward straight out of the 1950s. Iron bed frames, rusted and desolate, lined the walls, occupied by spectral patients caught in various agonizing states of suffering. The air was thick, cloying, with the pungent scent of ancient disinfectant and something else, a sickly, sweet decay that made my stomach churn. Eleanor stood in the chilling center of the room, her translucent eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl, made my very soul ache. "What is this place?" I whispered, though in my heart, a cold, hard dread told me I already knew the horrifying answer. Eleanor's voice, when she finally spoke, was like the mournful rustle of dead leaves, a chilling whisper from a bygone era. "This is where it began. Where it always begins. Where what began. The sickness." Her spectral form flickered like a dying candle in a sudden draft. "It comes every few decades. A plague that defies medical science. We thought we could contain it here, in this ward. We were wrong." As she spoke, the spectral patients began to stir, their ethereal moans filling the air, a cacophony of ancient suffering that tore at my heart. I watched in horrific, nauseating fascination as their symptoms manifested, made visible in their translucent forms, boils erupting on shimmering skin, eyes clouding over with milky cataracts, limbs twisting at impossible, grotesque angles. "We couldn't save them," Eleanor continued, her voice heavy with the crushing weight of decades of profound guilt. "So many lives lost. And now it's happening again." A violent, icy shiver tore down my spine. "What do you mean, it's happening again?" She gestured with a translucent hand to a bed in the corner, the only one occupied by a solid, living patient. With mounting, soul-crushing dread, I approached, recognizing the man as one of our long-term residents. Mr. Thorne had been with us for months, suffering from an agonizing, undiagnosable illness that had utterly baffled our brightest doctors. As I looked at him now, I saw his symptoms with new, horrifying clarity, the strange, spreading rash on his arms, the insidious clouding of his vision, the unexplained, persistent fevers. They all matched the agonizing torment of the ghostly patients around us with chilling precision. "It's starting again," I breathed, the horrifying realization slamming into me like a physical blow. Eleanor nodded solemnly, her translucent form shimmering with an ancient despair. "History repeats itself. The sickness has awakened. And it will spread unless what?" I demanded, desperation a raw, burning ember in my voice. "Unless someone stops it. Someone who can see the truth. Who can bridge the agonizing gap between past and present." Her hollow eyes bored into mine, a profound, unsettling gaze. "Someone like you, Elena." The crushing weight of her words settled over me like a suffocating shroud. I was just a nurse, a tired, ordinary human. Not some chosen, mystical figure endowed with supernatural powers. How could I possibly hope to halt a plague that had already claimed so many innocent lives? But as I looked around the desolate, spectral room, at the suffering souls trapped between life and death, at the fragile, living man on the bed, I knew, with an unshakable, desperate certainty, that I had to try. For them. For Mr. Thorne. For all the countless, potential victims of this terrifying, resurgent illness. "What do I need to do?" I asked, my shoulders squaring with a newfound, desperate resolve. Eleanor's form began to fade, the edges of her translucent shape becoming indistinct, shimmering into nothingness. "Find the source," she whispered, her voice barely a breath, a faint echo. It's hidden in the hospital, in a place forgotten by time. The answers you seek are there. But be warned, the sickness doesn't want to be stopped. It will fight back. With those cryptic, chilling words, she vanished, taking with her the entire spectral ward. I found myself abruptly back in the mundane, familiar hospital corridor, the first fragile rays of dawn peeking tentatively through the grimy windows. For a fleeting, disorienting moment, I wondered if it had all been a vivid, stress-induced hallucination. But the bone-deep chill that still clung to my weary body, and the terrifying, newfound knowledge burning in my mind, screamed otherwise. This was real. All of it. As I clocked out, my mind raced, a frenzied kaleidoscope of unanswerable questions. Where was this forgotten place Eleanor spoke of? How could I possibly locate the source of a supernatural illness? And most pressingly, most terrifyingly, how could I possibly convince anyone else of what I'd witnessed without sounding utterly, irretrievably insane? I knew one thing with an unshakable certainty: my life would never, could never, be the same. I had been given a mission, a terrifying, impossible chance to prevent history from repeating its tragic, horrifying course. It wouldn't be easy. And the dangers, I knew, were profoundly, terrifyingly real. But as I stepped out into the crisp morning light, a steely resolve, cold and unyielding, settled deep within me. Whatever it took, whatever the cost, I would uncover the chilling truth hidden within St. Augustine's ancient walls. I would stop this malevolent sickness before it could claim more innocent lives. Because sometimes, the fragile line between life and death isn't just medicine. It's the raw courage to face the unknown, and the desperate willingness to believe in the impossible. As I drove home, the crushing weight of my newfound, impossible responsibility heavy on my shoulders, I couldn't help but wonder what other terrifying secrets were lurking in the suffocating shadows of St. Augustine's Hospital. And more importantly, was I truly, deeply ready to face them? Only time would tell. But one chilling certainty remained: my nights at St. Augustine's would never, ever be ordinary again. Story 6. The relentless, blurring assault of my windshield wipers fought a losing, desperate battle against the torrential downpour, each frantic swipe barely illuminating the sodden, inky blackness of the desolate highway ahead. My eyes, strained and burning, squinted through the impenetrable curtain of rain, searching for any fragile flicker of life in the suffocating void. That's when I saw him, a lone, rain-slicked figure, starkly illuminated by the brief, piercing cut of my headlights, a thumb defiantly outstretched in the universal, desperate plea of a hitchhiker. I, Dave, had always adhered to the ironclad rule: never pick up strangers. But something in the utter, abject desperation of his posture, a raw vulnerability that transcended the storm, compelled me to ease my foot from the accelerator, to slow down. Little did I know, that seemingly innocuous act of kindness would plunge me headfirst into a nightmare so profound, so utterly consuming, that I might never truly escape its icy clutches. I'm Dave, a traveling salesman, and I've traversed my fair share of lonely, forgotten roads, encountered my own share of strange, unsettling characters. But nothing, not a single mile in my decades on the road, could have possibly prepared me for the horrifying ordeal that unfolded on that tempestuous night, on the forsaken stretch of Route 16. It began as a simple, almost unconscious, decision. As I pulled my sedan to the shoulder, the hitchhiker, a gaunt, desperate wraith, lunged towards my passenger side door, yanking it open with a frantic urgency and practically diving inside. The fleeting interior light revealed a man in his mid-30s, drenched to the bone, his wild, darting eyes betraying a profound, uncontrollable nervousness. "Thanks, man," he panted, raking a trembling hand through his dripping hair, his voice ragged with exhaustion and terror. "I thought I was going to be stuck out here all night." "No problem," I replied, forcing a casualness I didn't feel, trying desperately to ignore the sudden, icy knot of unease tightening in my gut. "Where you headed?" "Next town over would be great," he rasped, his voice strained, almost brittle. "Name's Mike, by the way." I nodded, pulling back onto the rain-slicked road, the engine's hum a fragile comfort against the storm's fury. "Dave." "Nice to meet you, Mike." For a few minutes, the only sounds were the deafening drum of rain on the roof and the rhythmic, hypnotic swish of the wipers. I stole furtive glances at my passenger, noting his agitated fidgeting, his eyes constantly, obsessively checking the rearview mirror as if expecting some unseen horror to materialize from the blackness. "So, what brings you out here on a night like this?" I asked, a desperate attempt to puncture the suffocating tension that filled the confined space of the car. Mike's laugh was a hollow, fractured sound, bordering on the edge of hysteria. "Oh, you wouldn't believe me if I told you." Something in his tone, a raw, naked terror, sent a fresh wave of icy dread snaking down my spine. "Try me," I said, striving to keep my voice light, casual, as if we were discussing the weather. "I've heard some pretty wild stories in my line of work." He was quiet for a long, agonizing moment, the silence amplifying the frantic beat of my own heart. And when he finally spoke again, his voice was barely a whisper, a ragged confession torn from the depths of his soul. "I'm running from something. Something not human." A profound, primal chill shot down my spine, but I forced a shaky chuckle, a desperate attempt at normalcy. "What, like a bear or something?" Mike's head snapped towards me, his eyes wide and feverish, burning with an unnatural, terrifying light. "No, man. Something much, much worse. It had killed my friends. Tore them apart, right in front of me. I barely got away." My knuckles were white, bloodless, on the steering wheel as I desperately tried to process his words, to reconcile them with the safe, rational world I inhabited. Part of me screamed that this was the deranged rambling of a madman, a cruel, sick joke. But the raw, unadulterated terror in his voice was undeniable. What exactly did you see?" I asked, my morbid curiosity, a dangerous, reckless beast, overriding my surging fear. Mike shuddered violently, hugging himself, a desperate attempt to contain the tremors that racked his body. "We were camping, way out in the back country. No cell service, no other people for miles. It was supposed to be a fun weekend, you know." He paused, swallowing hard, his throat audibly constricting. I wanted to tell him to stop, to silence his horrifying words, that I didn't want to hear anymore. But I couldn't find my voice. I was a prisoner to his chilling narrative. But then, on the second night, we heard these sounds. Like nothing I've ever heard before. Not animal. Not human. Just wrong. He paused again, a long, agonizing beat. We tried to leave, to pack up our stuff and get the hell out of there, but it found us. This thing. It was huge. All teeth and claws. And God, the smell. Like rotting meat and sulfur. Tears streamed down Mike's pale face now, his entire body convulsing with uncontrollable sobs. It took Steve first. Just ripped him in half like he was made of paper. Then Sarah. She screamed for so long I felt bile rising in my throat, my mind reeling, assaulted by the horrific, visceral images his words conjured. How did you escape?" Mike's laugh was a bitter, broken sound, bordering on hysterical, on the edge of madness itself. "Pure dumb luck. I ran. Didn't look back. Didn't stop. Just ran until I hit the highway. And now I think it's following me." As if summoned by his terrified confession, a deafening, guttural roar ripped through the incessant drumming of the rain. It was like nothing I'd ever heard before, a monstrous, impossible blend of a lion's savage roar, a wolf's mournful howl, and something distinctly, chillingly otherworldly. The car swerved violently as I instinctively flinched, fighting a desperate, losing battle to regain control. "It's here," Mike whispered, his face ashen, a mask of pure terror. "Oh God, it found me." I slammed my foot down on the accelerator, the speedometer climbing, as we hurtled through the suffocating night. The rain was coming down harder now, a relentless, blinding sheet, obscuring my vision, but I couldn't dare, slow down. "We need to get to town," I shouted, striving to keep my voice steady, to project a calm I didn't feel. "There will be people there. Lights. Safety." Mike shook his head violently, a frantic, desperate gesture. No, you don't understand. It won't stop. It'll kill everyone. We need to lead it away. Somewhere isolated." A cold, hard part of me knew he was right. If this monstrous thing was real, if it was half as dangerous as Mike had so graphically described, we couldn't risk leading it to a populated area. But the horrifying idea of deliberately driving further into the desolate wilderness, away from any semblance of help, made my stomach churn, a sickening lurch of absolute despair. Another ear-splitting roar tore through the air, closer this time. In the rearview mirror, a fleeting, terrifying glimpse of movement, something massive, moving far too fast for its size, was rapidly gaining on us. "There!" Mike shouted, his voice raw, pointing a trembling finger to a barely visible turn-off I would have utterly missed in the blinding rain. "That old logging road. Take it." I wrenched the wheel, swerving onto the turn-off, the car bouncing violently, sickeningly, as we hit the unpaved, treacherous road. Branches, like cruel, grasping claws, whipped at the windshield as we plunged deeper into the suffocating embrace of the forest. "Where does this lead?" I gasped, fighting to keep the car on the increasingly treacherous, winding path, barely visible through the driving rain. "An old quarry," Mike replied, his eyes wild, burning with a desperate, manic gleam. "It's deep. If we can lure it in, He didn't need to finish the thought. I understood. The plan, insane and suicidal as it was our only, desperate chance. We were going to try to trap this thing. Or at the very least, slow it down enough for us to escape its relentless, horrifying pursuit. The logging road seemed to stretch on forever, each treacherous turn revealing only more suffocating darkness and relentless, pounding rain. The roars behind us were growing agonizingly closer, interspersed now with the sickening sound of colossal trees being snapped and torn down. Finally, mercifully, the road opened up into a large, bowl-shaped depression, the old quarry. I slammed on the brakes, the car sliding wildly on the muddy ground before skidding to a halt at the very edge of a sheer, Terrifying drop. Now what? I gasped, my heart pounding so violently I thought it might burst from my chest. Mike was already flinging open his door, a desperate, frantic movement. We run. Split up. Make it chase us around the edge. When it's in the center, his words were abruptly, brutally cut off by an ear-splitting, soul-shattering roar. And then I saw it. No description, no nightmarish tale, could have ever prepared me for the grotesque horror that finally emerged from the tree line. It was massive, easily the size of an elephant, but with a twisted, almost insectoid appearance, a horrifying parody of nature. Multiple eyes glowed with a sickly, malevolent yellow in the suffocating darkness, and its gaping maw was filled with row upon row of dagger-like, razor-sharp teeth. Go! Mike screamed, a raw, desperate cry, taking off in a frantic sprint to the left. I didn't need to be told twice. I sprinted to the right, my feet slipping precariously on the wet, treacherous rocks as I desperately skirted the very edge of the quarry. Behind me, I could hear the creature's heavy, pounding footfalls, the horrifying sound of its colossal claws scraping against cold, unforgiving stone. I risked a terrified glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The thing was right behind me, an impossible, grotesque shadow, so close I could almost feel its fetid breath, could almost taste the rot. In that single, terrifying moment, I was certain I was about to die, to be torn limb from limb. But then, Mike's voice, raw and desperate, rang out from the other side of the quarry, "Hey! Over here, you ugly bastard!" The creature's massive head snapped towards the sound, momentarily distracted, its glowing yellow eyes fixing on Mike. It was the opening I needed. I put on a desperate, agonizing burst of speed, scrambling wildly up a steep, crumbling incline to higher, safer ground. From my new, precarious vantage point, I could see the entire quarry spread out before me, a stage for our final, desperate act. Mike was on the far side, waving his arms frantically, shouting, his voice a desperate lure. The creature was in the very center, its massive, grotesque head swiveling erratically between us, as if trying to decide which trembling prey to pursue first. That's when I noticed it. The crack. A jagged, spiderweb fissures spreading rapidly across the quarry floor. The relentless rain had utterly saturated the ground, turning it into a treacherous, unstable quagmire, and the creature's immense, impossible weight was simply too much for the compromised surface to bear. "Mike!" I shouted, my voice raw, desperate, unheard over the storm. The ground. It's going to collapse. He saw it too, his eyes widening with a sudden, dawning, horrifying understanding. We locked gazes across the quarry, a silent, desperate agreement passing between us in that moment of profound terror. This was our chance. As one, fueled by a desperate, synchronized will to survive, we began shouting, waving our arms wildly, doing everything within our power to enrage the monstrous creature, to drive it deeper into the trap. It worked. With a roar that shook the very air, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury, it charged towards the treacherous center of the quarry, intent on reaching one of us, on claiming its prey. The ground, in a deafening, groaning protest, gave way beneath its colossal feet. For one horrifying, impossible moment, the creature seemed to hang suspended in the air, its malevolent, glowing eyes wide with what looked almost like a fleeting, impossible surprise. Then, with a sound like a catastrophic landslide, a tearing of earth and stone, it plummeted into the inky, unseen depths of the earth. The silence that followed was deafening, a profound, shocking void after the cacophony of horror. Mike and I stood on opposite sides of the newly formed chasm, panting, shaking, our bodies convulsing with the aftermath of terror. I couldn't believe what had just happened. What I'd just seen. Slowly, cautiously, we made our way back to the car, our movements stiff, unnatural. Neither of us spoke. What was there to say? As we drove back to the highway, the first fragile rays of dawn were beginning to peek tentatively through the ragged clouds. The storm had passed, but I knew, with an icy certainty, that the nightmare was far from over. We had survived, yes, but at what immeasurable cost? And what if there were more of those unspeakable things out there, lurking in the forgotten corners of the world? I glanced at Mike, saw the same haunted, empty look in his eyes that I knew must be reflected in my own. We had glimpsed a world utterly beyond our understanding, faced a horror that defied all rational explanation. And now, we had to live with that shattering knowledge, that indelible stain on our souls. As we merged back onto Route 16, heading towards the nearest town, towards whatever fragile semblance of normalcy we could claw back, I made a silent, solemn vow. I would never pick up another hitchhiker again. Some risks, I realized with a chilling clarity, were simply not worth taking. But deep down, in the very core of my being, I knew the real danger wasn't confined to the side of the road. It was out there, in the boundless, ancient wilderness, in the dark, forgotten places of the world. And sooner or later, it would emerge again. All we could do was hope we'd be ready when it did. Story 7. The moment the light flickered and died, plunging the opulent living room into an oppressive, inky blackness, I, Jess, knew with a chilling certainty that this wasn't going to be just another ordinary babysitting gig. But when the faint, unmistakable sound of tiny footsteps echoed from upstairs, from a room where two children should have been lost in the deep, untroubled slumber of childhood, a primal, icy dread clawed its way into my throat, seizing my breath. I had never, not once in my 18 years, truly believed in the supernatural, scoffing at ghost stories and unexplained phenomena. Yet, that harrowing night, trapped within the deceptive walls of the Carmichael's Elmwood house, would violently shatter every single thing I thought I knew about the world, about reality itself. My name's Jess, and I'd spent the better part of my high school years diligently babysitting, hoarding every precious dollar for the elusive dream of college. 8-year-old Lily and 6-year-old Max Carmichael were my regulars, sweet kids, if a bit on the unnervingly quiet side. Their parents were out for their monthly, well-deserved date night, and I was settling in for what I'd anticipated would be a typical evening of animated Disney movies and the comforting aroma of microwave popcorn. The storm had been brewing all day, a malevolent presence on the horizon, dark, bruised clouds gathering like an ominous, unspoken warning. By the time I'd finally tucked the children into their beds at 8:30, the wind had escalated into a mournful, howling lament, rain lashing against the windows in angry, percussive sheets. I was curled up on the plush couch, mindlessly scrolling through my phone, half-heartedly watching some insipid reality TV show, when it happened. A blinding flash of lightning, so vivid it seared itself onto my retinas, followed instantaneously by a deafening, earth-shattering crack of thunder. And then, with a horrifying, absolute finality, the entire house was plunged into the suffocating abyss of darkness. "Great," I muttered, a frustrated sigh escaping my lips as I fumbled frantically for my phone's meager flashlight. The thin, anemic beam cut a hesitant path through the oppressive darkness, casting long, grotesque, dancing shadows across the now alien landscape of the living room. My heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs, I made my way to the kitchen, blindly searching for candles, for a proper flashlight, for anything at all, to combat the overwhelming, suffocating blackness that pressed in around me. That's when I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible thump from upstairs, followed by the unmistakable, chilling sound of little feet padding softly across the floorboards. My first, desperate thought was that the thunder, that earth-shattering clap, had startled one of the children awake. "Lily? Max?" I called out, my voice laced with a forced cheerfulness as I moved towards the grand, shadowy staircase. "It's okay, guys. It's just a power outage. I'll be right up." No response. Only more of those soft, unsettling footsteps, now moving with an unnerving purpose across the upstairs hallway. I ascended the stairs, each creaking step amplifying the frantic beat of my heart, my phone's meager flashlight beam bouncing wildly, erratically, with my every trembling movement. "Come on, guys," I called out, my voice thin, strained, a desperate plea. "This isn't funny. You should be in bed." As I reached the top of the stairs, an icy, bone-deep chill permeated my very being. The children's bedroom door, which I distinctly remembered closing securely when I tucked them in, was wide open, spilling an inky, malevolent darkness into the hallway like a flowing, liquid nightmare. "Lily? Max?" My voice, a fragile whisper, sounded small, utterly swallowed up by the suffocating shadows. I peered into their room, my flashlight revealing only rumpled, empty beds. My heart began to race, a frantic, warning drumbeat. Where were they? A giggle, high-pitched and unnervingly eerie, echoed from down the hall. It didn't sound like Lily's sweet laughter. It certainly didn't sound like Max's boisterous chortle. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling now, the forced cheerfulness having vanished into the suffocating gloom. "Who's there?" Another giggle. Closer this time. And then, in a sing-song voice that sent a violent, icy shiver tearing through my very skin, "Come play with us, Jesssse." I froze, every muscle rigid with paralyzing terror. Nobody called me Jessie. Nobody, except no. It couldn't be. She was gone. Had been gone for years. "Emily," I whispered, the name a choked, painful gasp that caught in my throat. The temperature in the hallway plummeted 10 degrees, an unnatural, frigid cold that stole my breath. My breath, visible in the suddenly arctic air, came out in ragged, ghostly puffs, despite it being the stifling middle of summer. "You remember?" the voice asked, dripping with a chilling, malevolent delight, a sound that sent fresh waves of icy dread tearing down my spine. "I knew you would. Now we can play forever. Just like we promised. Emily. My best friend from childhood. The girl who had fallen through the treacherous ice on that frozen lake when we were only 10. The girl whose hand I couldn't, for all my desperate strength, hold onto, whose life had slipped away from my grasp. This isn't real, I muttered to myself, a desperate, futile mantra, squeezing my eyes shut as if to physically banish the nightmare. This can't be real. When I forced them open again, she was there. A small, pale figure, impossibly, horrifyingly present at the very end of the long, dark hall. Her wet hair, lank and stringy, clung in grotesque clumps around her gaunt face. Her lips were a stark, unnatural blue with cold, but her eyes blazed with an unnatural, malevolent light, twin coals of vengeful fire. "Where are the kids, Emily?" I demanded, fighting a desperate, losing battle to keep my voice steady, to project a calm I didn't feel. She tilted her head, a slow, unnerving movement, a smile impossibly wide, grotesque, splitting her face. "They're playing hide and seek. Don't you want to play too, Jesssse?" I heard another giggle, this time from directly behind me. I whirled around, my heart hammering against my ribs, to see Lily and Max standing there, their small faces pale, their eyes glassy and utterly unfocused, devoid of any light or life. They were holding hands with something else, a dark, shadowy figure that seemed to shift and writhe, never quite taking a solid, recognizable form, a living, pulsating void. "What have you done to them?" I demanded, my terror, a raw, burning ember, giving way to a surge of desperate, protective anger. Emily's grotesque smile faltered, a flicker of something almost human in her eyes. "We're just playing. Like we used to. Don't you remember how much fun we had?" I did remember. Long, sun-drenched summer days spent exploring the whispering woods behind our houses, thrilling sleepovers where we'd stayed up far too late, whispering ghost stories and weaving intricate plans for our imagined futures. And that last, fateful, agonizing winter day on the frozen lake. "That was a long time ago, Emily," I said softly, a profound sadness in my voice. "You're not supposed to be here." Her face contorted with a sudden, violent rage, twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. "You promised. You said we'd be best friends forever." The house began to shake, a deep, resonating tremor, picture frames rattling violently on the walls, a cascade of shattering glass. The shadowy figure holding Lily and Max's small, limp hands grew larger, tendrils of inky darkness reaching out towards me, grasping, hungry. I backed away, my mind a frenzied whirlwind, desperate to find an answer, a way out. How do you fight a ghost? How do you save two innocent children from something you can barely comprehend, something that defies all reason? And then, in a blinding flash of desperate insight, it hit me. The promise. The one thing that had haunted me, a persistent, agonizing specter, 4 years after Emily's death. "You're right," I said, forcing myself to look directly into those burning, malevolent eyes, to meet her gaze without flinching. "I did promise. And I'm sorry, Emily. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you." The shaking of the house abruptly ceased. Emily's face, a mask of rage just moments before, softened, confusion slowly replacing the fury. "I've carried that guilt with me every day," I continued, tears, hot and stinging, streaming down my face, blurring my vision. I wished 1,000 times that I could go back and change things, but I can't. And neither can you. I took a single, deliberate step towards her, ignoring every primal instinct that screamed at me to turn and run, to flee this impossible horror. What happened wasn't fair. You deserved so much more time. But this isn't the way. Lily and Max, they have their whole lives ahead of them. Please, Emily. Let them go." For a long, agonizing moment, nothing happened. The air hung thick, heavy, charged with a potent, unseen energy I couldn't even begin to comprehend. And then, slowly, agonizingly, Emily began to cry. Not the vengeful wail of a tormented spirit, but the quiet, heartbroken sobs of the little girl I had once known, the friend I had loved. "I'm scared, Jessie," she whispered, her voice fragile, barely audible, filled with a profound, childlike fear. "I don't know how to leave." My heart broke for her, a sharp, profound ache in my chest. Despite everything, despite the soul-shattering terror of the past few minutes, all I saw now was my best friend, lost and utterly alone, trapped between worlds. "It's okay," I said gently, reaching out my hand, offering a fragile link to the living world. "I'm here. I'll help you." As my fingers, cold and trembling, touched her translucent ones, a strange, profound warmth spread through me. Memories, vivid and overwhelming, flooded my mind, not just of that tragic, terrible day, but of all the good times, all the shared laughter and whispered secrets. I saw Emily as she had truly been, vibrant, full of life, bursting with infectious laughter. "Thank you," she murmured, her form beginning to fade, dissolving into the very air. "For remembering. For not letting go." And then she was gone. The oppressive, suffocating darkness that had permeated the Elmwood house lifted, vanishing as if it had never been. I found myself standing utterly alone in the hallway, the mundane silence deafening after the cacophony of terror. Behind me, I heard Lily and Max stir, a soft, sleepy rustle, as if waking from a deep, dreamless sleep. "Jess?" Lily called out, her voice groggy, laced with confusion. "Why are we in the hallway?" I turned to them, an overwhelming wave of relief, so potent it made my knees weak, washing over me. They were okay. Confused, yes, but miraculously, utterly unharmed. "It's all right," I said, gathering them into a tight, desperate hug, burying my face in their sweet-smelling hair. "You were just sleepwalking. Let's get you back to bed." As I tucked them back into their beds, the house lights flickered back to life with a soft, reassuring hum. The storm outside had passed, leaving behind a profound quiet, and through the now clear window, a vast, star-filled night. I sank onto the couch, my mind reeling, a kaleidoscope of impossible images. Part of me, the rational, self-preserving part, wanted desperately to dismiss it all as a vivid hallucination, a stress-induced nightmare brought on by the storm and the power outage. But I knew, deep in my bones, with an unshakable, terrifying certainty, that it had been real. Emily had been real. And in helping her find that elusive peace, that final release, I had finally, truly, begun to forgive myself. When the Carmichaels came home, I offered them a sanitized version of the evening, just a brief power outage, nothing to worry about. They didn't need to know about the ghostly apparition of my best friend, or the shadowy, formless entities that had very nearly stolen their innocent children. As I drove home that night, the city lights a comforting, mundane glow against the darkness, I found myself thinking about Emily, about the profound, unbreakable bonds of friendship, and about the impossibly thin, fragile line between this world and whatever lies beyond. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what transpired in that house, what forces moved and manifested that night. But I do know that sometimes, the most important thing we can do is remember those we've lost, to honor their memory, and when the time comes, to help them find their way home. I still babysit for the Carmichaels. The kids don't seem to remember anything about that harrowing night, their minds mercifully untouched by the terror. But sometimes, when I'm there alone, and the house is utterly quiet, I swear I can hear the faint, distant echo of children's laughter, light and fleeting, drifting through the silent halls. And it doesn't scare me anymore. Instead, it reminds me of a promise kept, a friendship honored, and a long, long overdue goodbye. Story 8. The first camera I, Alex, discovered was cunningly concealed within a potted plant, its cold, unblinking lens peeking out between the verdant leaves like a sinister, watchful eye. The second, a chilling echo, was meticulously tucked behind a large, ornate painting in the guest bedroom. By the time my trembling fingers unearthed the third, nestled with horrifying intimacy within the shower head itself, my hands were shaking so violently I could barely maintain my grip on my phone. But it was the horrifying, soul-crushing moment I attempted to leave, only to find every single door and window locked, bolted, and sealed from the outside, that the true, suffocating horror of my situation slammed into me. This wasn't merely an egregious invasion of privacy. This was a meticulously orchestrated, diabolical trap, and I had, with blind, trusting foolishness, walked directly into its gaping maw. My name's Alex, and until that terrifying day, I had genuinely believed that house sitting for my esteemed college professor, Dr. Hartley, would be the easiest, most effortless money I had ever earned. Dr. Hartley, a man of profound intellect and somewhat absent-minded charm, was embarking on a month-long, ambitious research trip to the remote reaches of South America, and he required someone to diligently water his exotic plants and feed his aloof cat. Simple, right? The fact that his residence was a sprawling, majestic Victorian mansion nestled on the serene outskirts of town was merely an added, delightful bonus, a whole month steeped in the luxurious tranquility of a beautiful house, a blessed escape from my cramped, stifling studio apartment. It had seemed far too good to be true. As it turned out, it was. The initial days unfolded uneventfully, a quiet, peaceful rhythm. I settled comfortably into the opulent routine, reveling in the expansive luxury of the spacious rooms and the abundant bounty of the well-stocked kitchen. Dr. Hartley's cat, a perpetually surly orange tabby named Schrödinger, largely ignored my presence, deigning only to acknowledge me at precisely appointed meal times. It was a period of profound peace, a quiet sanctuary, the perfect environment to immerse myself in the demanding labyrinth of my thesis writing. But then, on the fourth day, a subtle, unsettling anomaly pricked at my subconscious. I was meticulously watering the towering ficus in the living room when a fleeting glint of something metallic, something utterly out of place, caught my eye. Driven by a burgeoning, uneasy curiosity, I leaned in closer, gently pushing aside the lush, green leaves. And there it was, a tiny, almost imperceptible camera, no larger than my thumbnail, expertly, diabolically hidden among the dense foliage. My immediate, desperate thought was that it must be some sophisticated security system, an elaborate, high-tech deterrent. But why, in God's name, would it be hidden? And why, of all incongruous places, in a house plant? An icy, unsettling premonition, a cold, hard knot of unease, began to form in the pit of my stomach as my eyes frantically scanned the room, searching, wondering what other hidden horrors might be lurking in plain sight. Over the next agonizing hour, my gnawing unease metastasized into full-blown, mind-numbing panic as I systematically uncovered camera after chilling camera. They were everywhere, subtly embedded in light fixtures, cunningly tucked behind innocent-looking books on the shelves, even, most horrifyingly, in the bathroom. The shattering realization slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. I had been meticulously watched. Every single moment, Every private, vulnerable act, all meticulously recorded, captured without my faintest knowledge or consent. My hands, trembling uncontrollably, fumbled for my phone, ready to dial the police, to scream for help, to tear myself free from this unseen surveillance. But as the screen flickered to life, a profound, soul-crushing dread washed over me. No signal. Of course. I frantically tried the landline next, a desperate, futile gesture, but it was dead, utterly silent. That's when I made my next horrifying, sanity-shattering discovery. Every single door leading outside was not merely locked, it was barricaded, sealed shut with some kind of industrial-strength adhesive. The windows too, solid, immovable barriers. I was trapped. Okay, Alex, think, I muttered to myself, my voice a desperate, ragged whisper, a futile attempt to fight back the rising, suffocating tide of pure panic. There has to be a way out. I stumbled, half ran, from room to desperate room, frantically searching for any weakness, any overlooked exit, any chink in my horrifying prison. But everywhere I turned, I found only more insidious cameras, more unyielding, locked doors. It was as if the house itself had turned against me, transforming from a luxurious, temporary retreat into an inescapable, living prison. As night, a suffocating blanket, descended, the house seemed to awaken, to pulse with a sinister, malevolent energy. Shadows, grotesque and dancing, writhed on the walls, and every creak of the ancient building, every groan of its wooden bones, sent my heart racing, a frantic drumbeat of terror. I huddled, a trembling, pathetic huddle, in a corner of the vast living room, Schrödinger purring contentedly in my lap, utterly oblivious to the profound, soul-crushing terror that consumed me. That's when I heard it, a sound that sent an icy jolt directly to my very bone marrow. Footsteps. Coming from the floor above. Slow. Deliberate. Each heavy creak of the old floorboards echoing like a death knell. But that was impossible. I was alone in the house, wasn't I? The footsteps grew closer, an agonizing, torturous descent down the grand staircase. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tensed, screaming for flight. But where could I run? Where could I possibly hide in a house saturated with watching, unblinking eyes? The living room door swung open with a slow, chilling groan, and there he stood. Dr. Hartley. But not the kindly, absent-minded professor I had known, the man I had so profoundly trusted. This man's eyes gleamed with a manic, terrifying intensity, his smile twisted into something cruel, predatory, utterly devoid of humanity. "Alex, my dear," he said, his voice sickeningly sweet, a cloying, manipulative syrup. "I'm so glad you decided to stay." "Professor?" I managed to choke out, my voice a raw, desperate rasp. What is this? Why are you here?" He chuckled, a dry, unsettling sound that sent shivers tearing down my spine, scraping against my very soul. "Oh, come now. Surely you've figured it out by now? The cameras, the locks, it's all for you, Alex. For my research." My mind reeled, a frantic, desperate scramble to make sense of his monstrous words. "Research? What are you talking about?" "Human behavior, my dear. The effects of isolation, surveillance, and fear on the psyche," he purred, his voice a chilling monotone. "And you, well, you're my perfect subject." He took a slow, deliberate step closer, and I pressed myself further into the cold, unyielding corner, my body rigid with terror. Young. Intelligent. trusting. It's going to be fascinating to watch you unravel. The full, soul-shattering horror of the situation crashed over me, a tidal wave of pure, unadulterated despair. This wasn't just some twisted experiment. This was torture. And I was the helpless lab rat. "You're insane," I whispered, my voice shaking uncontrollably. "You can't do this. People will look for me. They'll know I'm missing." Dr. Hartley's smile widened, a grotesque, predatory grin that stretched too far. "Will they? Your parents think you're on a study abroad program. Your friends believe you've taken a social media detox. No one will miss you, Alex. Not for a long, long time." My mind raced, a frantic, desperate search for a way out, an argument, anything to break through his monstrous facade. But the cold, calculating, utterly devoid of emotion in his eyes told me, with horrifying certainty, that logic and desperate pleading would gain me absolutely nowhere. "Now," he said, pulling something from his pocket, a gleaming, hypodermic syringe, its needle glinting menacingly in the dim light. "Let's begin our first trial, shall we?" I don't remember much after that. Only fragmented flashes of agonizing consciousness punctuated by vast, terrifying periods of suffocating darkness. Days blurred together, marked only by Dr. Hartley's cruel, meticulous experiments, sleep deprivation, extreme sensory manipulation, psychological torment that ripped at the very fabric of my being. Through it all, the cameras watched, unblinking, relentless, recording every agonizing moment of my deteriorating mental state. But even in my absolute darkest, most profound moments of despair, a tiny, defiant spark of resistance refused to be extinguished. I watched. I waited. I planned. And finally, after what felt like an eternity, a fragile, fleeting opportunity presented itself. It was Schrödinger, the aloof, sardonic cat, who, in a rare moment of unexpected affection, unwittingly provided my chance at freedom. One day, as Dr. Hartley entered my room for another soul-crushing session, Schrödinger darted unexpectedly between his legs. The professor stumbled, his balance momentarily lost, and the gleaming syringe, a weapon of psychological warfare, slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. In that single, precious, fleeting moment of distraction, I summoned every last, desperate ounce of strength I had left, a burning reservoir of defiance. I lunged for the syringe, my trembling fingers closing around its cold, metallic form just as Dr. Hartley regained his footing. We grappled, a desperate, silent struggle, rolling across the cold, unforgiving floor in a frenzied, primal battle for survival. I'd like to claim it was skill, a brilliant stroke of strategy that won the day, but in truth, it was pure, unadulterated animal desperation. As we fought, a chaotic blur of limbs and desperate will, I managed to turn the syringe on him, plunging it with a desperate, brutal force into his thigh. His eyes, wide with shock and disbelief, then glazed over, succumbing to whatever powerful sedative he'd prepared for me. Panting, shaking uncontrollably, I staggered to my feet, my muscles screaming in protest. I knew I didn't have much time. With trembling, fumbling hands, I frantically searched his pockets, my fingers brushing against a cold, metallic ring of keys. It took several agonizing minutes of trial and error, each second an eternity, before I found the one that, with a blessed, resounding click, unlocked the front door. As I stumbled outside, the fresh, cool night air hit me like a physical force, a jarring, overwhelming shock to my tortured senses. I gulped it down. Great. Sobbing gasps, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face, hot and wet against my cold cheeks. I was free. But the nightmare, the indelible stain on my soul, was far from over. The police arrived within minutes of my frantic, incoherent 911 call. They found Dr. Hartley still unconscious, a pathetic, monstrous figure amidst his cameras and grotesque recording equipment. The evidence of his unspeakable crimes was overwhelming, chillingly meticulous. In the days and weeks that followed, the full, horrifying extent of Dr. Hartley's deranged madness came to light. I wasn't his first victim. Merely the latest in a long, tragic line of trusting students he had lured into his twisted, sadistic experiments. Some had, miraculously, escaped, like me. Others had not been so tragically lucky. The trial was a media sensation, a lurid, captivating spectacle. Dr. Hartley, once a revered, respected academic, was brutally revealed as the monster he truly was, hiding his grotesque depravity behind a meticulously constructed facade of intellect and charm. He was sentenced to life in prison, his reign of terror finally, mercifully, brought to an end. But the profound, irreparable damage he had inflicted lived on, a raw, festering wound in the traumatized souls of his research survivors. As for me, I'm still meticulously piecing the shattered fragments of my life back together. Therapy helps, a slow, agonizing process, as does the unwavering, loving support of my family and the shared, unspoken understanding with the other survivors. But there are still nights, countless nights, when I wake up in a cold, suffocating sweat, convinced I'm back in that house, trapped, surrounded by the unblinking, watching eyes of those ubiquitous cameras. I've learned to be more cautious, more skeptical, my inherent trust irrevocably shattered. But I've also, impossibly, learned the profound power of resilience, of the human spirit's astonishing, unwavering ability to endure, to overcome, to stubbornly persist. Dr. Hartley had sought to break me, to utterly strip away my humanity, to reduce me to a mere psychological specimen. In the end, it was his own twisted, grotesque humanity that was utterly, irrevocably lost. Sometimes, late at night, in the quiet, reflective hours, I think about Schrödinger. In his own aloof, exquisitely feline way, that indifferent cat inadvertently saved my life. I like to imagine he's found a good, loving home, free from the suffocating madness that once consumed his former owner. As for me, I'm taking it one painful, determined day at a time. Rebuilding, recovering, reclaiming my life. And always, always, meticulously checking for hidden cameras. Story 9. The tow truck's headlights, like dull, struggling knives, desperately fought against the suffocating, impenetrable fog, barely illuminating the treacherous ribbon of asphalt ahead. As I, Mike, pulled up to the coordinates I'd been given, a cold, leaden weight settled in my gut. There was no broken-down car, no stranded motorist waving a desperate plea for help. Just an empty, silent stretch of road, swallowed whole by the dense, looming woods that seemed to actively consume the meager light. That's when I heard it, a low, guttural, utterly alien sound, emanating from the oppressive tree line, a sound no human throat could possibly produce. In that terrifying, shattering moment, I knew, with an icy certainty, that I'd been lured into something far more sinister, far more monstrous, than a simple late-night repair job. My name's Mike, and I've dedicated the better part of 2 decades to the greasy, unforgiving world of mechanics. Night calls are an inherent, unavoidable part of the job. Breakdowns, after all, show no respect for conventional business hours. But in all my years of roadside assistance, in all the strange and desolate places I'd been, I had never, not once, experienced anything remotely like what unfolded on that lonely, fog-shrouded stretch of Highway 16. It had begun, deceptively, like any other typical call. Dispatch had crackled over the radio, relaying the details: a broken-down vehicle, approximately 20 miles outside of town. The driver, a disembodied voice, had reported engine trouble and provided his location as best he could. Nothing unusual there. I'd loaded up my trusty tow truck, the familiar rumble of its engine a comforting sound, and headed out, fully expecting to find some poor, unfortunate soul with a busted radiator or a dead battery. But as I neared the reported location, an insidious, creeping unease began to slither its way into my consciousness. The fog had rolled in, thick and suffocating, reducing visibility to a terrifying crawl. The ancient woods pressed in close on both sides of the road, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal, grasping fingers. And there was something else, something I couldn't quite put my finger on, a profound, unnatural stillness in the very air, as if the whole world was holding its breath, anticipating some unspeakable horror. I slowed the truck to an agonizing crawl, peering desperately through the windshield for any sign of a vehicle, any flicker of human presence. But there was nothing. No car. No person. Not even the faintest skid marks on the wet asphalt. Just that impenetrable, suffocating wall of fog and the looming, malevolent presence of the ancient forest. I instinctively grabbed my radio, meaning to check in with dispatch, to break the chilling silence, but all I got was a raw, hissing static. Great. No cell service out here either, I muttered to myself, glancing at my dead phone. I was utterly, terrifyingly on my own. Hello? I called out, rolling down my window, the cool, damp fog immediately enveloping me, a clammy shroud. Anyone out here? Need assistance? My voice seemed to be swallowed whole by the oppressive fog, not even the faintest echo returning. And then I heard it. That sound. Low and rumbling at first, almost like the deep growl of a very large dog, but it rapidly escalated, morphing into something utterly monstrous, a chilling hybrid of a primal roar and a tortured scream. It raised the tiny hairs on the back of my neck, sending an icy, searing jolt directly down my spine. Every instinct, every primal urge, screamed at me to get out of there, to wrench the truck around and hightail it back to the fragile safety of civilization. But I couldn't. What if someone truly was in desperate trouble out there, hidden by the oppressive fog? It was my job to help, no matter how profoundly creepy, how utterly terrifying things became. With a deep, fortifying breath that tasted of damp earth and fear, I grabbed my powerful flashlight and stepped out of the truck. The fog immediately swallowed me whole, its icy tendrils wrapping around my exposed skin. I swept the beam of my flashlight back and forth, a desperate, frantic arc across the road, searching for any sign of a vehicle, any hint of a human soul. Hello? I called again, trying desperately to keep the violent tremor from my voice. This is roadside assistance. Is anyone out there? Another roar, a thunderous, ear-splitting sound, ripped through the suffocating night. Closer this time. Much, much closer. I whirled around, my heart pounding so violently against my ribs I thought it might burst. The beam of my flashlight, a fragile, trembling lifeline, caught something moving in the dense, shifting veil of the woods. Something big. For one agonizing, impossible moment, I stood utterly frozen, my mind unable to process the horrifying reality unfolding before me. It was as if my brain simply refused to accept the impossible information my eyes were desperately trying to send it. Because what I saw, it wasn't possible. A massive, hulking shape emerged from the oppressive tree line, easily 7 feet tall, built like an impossible, unstoppable tank. But it wasn't human. Its colossal body was covered in thick, matted fur, dark and primitive. And its face, God, its face was something ripped from a waking nightmare. A twisted, grotesque fusion of bear and wolf, with eyes that glowed with an unnatural, malevolent yellow in the desperate beam of my flashlight, twin pools of pure, predatory intent. I stumbled backward, a desperate, clumsy dance, nearly falling in my frenzied haste to claw my way back to the fragile sanctuary of the truck. The creature let out another bone-chilling roar, a sound of unadulterated fury, and charged. I don't remember the exact sequence of events that brought me back into the truck. One moment, I was outside, utterly paralyzed, staring death itself in the face, and the next, impossibly, miraculously, I was behind the wheel, my hands fumbling frantically with the keys. The engine roared to life, a blessed, glorious sound, just as the creature, a towering, enraged shadow, reached the driver's side door. A massive paw, tipped with claws the size of hunting knives, slammed against the window with a shattering impact. The glass held, miraculously, but barely, a horrifying web of cracks spreading rapidly across its surface like a demonic spider. I threw the truck into drive, stomped on the gas, the tires squealing in a tortured protest on the wet pavement as I peeled away, the creature's furious roars fading, agonizingly slowly, into the suffocating distance. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely keep the wheel straight, the truck swerving precariously on the slick road. What the hell had I just seen? It couldn't be real. Monsters didn't exist. They were the stuff of campfire stories, of children's nightmares and bad horror movies, not something you encountered on a routine service call. But the raw, brutal claw marks deeply gouged into my driver's side window told a different, chillingly real story. I drove for what felt like endless, agonizing hours, too terrified to stop, too profoundly shaken to do anything but keep my foot pressed on the gas and my eyes glued to the desolate road ahead. It wasn't until I saw the familiar, comforting lights of town, shimmering like a distant, impossible mirage, that I finally, truly began to relax, the rigid tension in my body slowly easing. I pulled into the quiet, deserted garage, my mind still reeling, a chaotic kaleidoscope of impossible images and raw terror. How could I possibly explain this to my boss? To anyone? They'd think I was utterly, irrevocably crazy. Hell, I thought I was crazy. As I climbed out of the truck, my legs nearly gave out from under me, buckling with the profound, draining aftermath of adrenaline. That's when I noticed something that sent a fresh wave of icy dread directly to my bone marrow. Stuck in one of the jagged cracks in my window, a single, horrifying piece of evidence, a tuft of coarse, dark fur evidence. Proof that what I'd seen was real. Or at the very least, chilling proof that something had violently attacked my truck. Something big. And definitely, unequivocally, not human. I plucked the fur from the window with trembling fingers, staring at it in profound, disbelieving horror. Part of me, a desperate, rational part, wanted to throw it away, to pretend this whole terrifying night had never, ever happened. But I couldn't. I needed answers. The next few weeks were a blur of sleepless nights and fruitless, desperate research. I scoured the internet, a frantic, obsessive search for any reports of strange, cryptid creatures in the area, any forgotten legends or chilling myths that might, just might, explain the unspeakable horror I'd witnessed. I found plenty of Bigfoot sightings, countless blurry photos, and a wealth of local folklore, but nothing that quite matched the profound, visceral terror I'd encountered. I debated, agonizingly, going to the police. But what, in God's name, would I tell them? That I'd been attacked by some kind of monster werewolf thing? They'd laugh me out of the station, or worse, they'd think I was on drugs, having a psychotic break, and I'd lose my job. So I kept quiet, sealing the chilling secret of that night deep within me, carrying it like a heavy, suffocating weight around my neck. But I couldn't forget. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those malevolent, glowing yellow eyes, heard that inhuman, soul-shattering roar. It was a brand, burned into my very soul. It was about a month after the incident that I received another call to that same forsaken stretch of Highway 16. My hands were sweating, clammy, as I gripped the wheel, every passing shadow in the dense woods transforming into a potential, lurking threat. But this time, mercifully, there really was a broken-down car. A young couple, their faces etched with frustration, struggling with a flat tire. Nothing more. As I changed their tire, my eyes darted compulsively to the tree line, half expecting, half dreading, to see that hulking, impossible shape emerge from the suffocating darkness. But there was nothing. Just the usual, mundane sounds of the forest at night. The couple thanked me profusely, their voices filled with genuine gratitude, as they drove off, leaving me utterly alone once again on that lonely, haunted stretch of road. I stood there for a long moment, flashlight in hand, its beam cutting a fragile circle in the profound darkness, and called out into the inky void. "I know you're out there." I shouted, my voice steadier now, imbued with a newfound, fragile defiance. "And I'm not afraid." It was a lie, of course. A desperate, self-preserving fabrication. I was terrified. Profoundly, utterly terrified. But something had fundamentally changed within me since that night, a shift in my very perception of reality. The world was bigger, stranger, and infinitely, terrifyingly more dangerous than I'd ever dared to imagine. But I was still here. Still doing my job. Still, impossibly, helping people. As I climbed back into my truck, the familiar rumble of the engine, a small, comforting measure of normalcy, filled the cab. Whatever was out there in the depths of those ancient woods, whatever strange, impossible, terrifying things existed beyond the fragile edge of our understanding, I had a job to do. People relied on me. So I put the truck in drive and headed back towards town, ready for whatever the encroaching night might bring. Because that's what you do when you've witnessed the impossible. You keep going. You adapt. You survive. And sometimes, on dark, fog-shrouded nights, you find yourself listening, waiting, for that unearthly, impossible roar, caught in the unsettling space between paralyzing fear and a strange, inexplicable, terrifying excitement. Because once you know the profound truth, that the world is far more mysterious, far more ancient, and far more terrifying than you ever imagined, you can never truly go back. You can only go forward, into the vast, Unknown abyss, desperately hoping you're ready for whatever might be patiently waiting in the shadows. Story 10. The moment our battered sedan choked and sputtered its last breath on the desolate outskirts of Everglade, I, Julian, knew with a sickening certainty that we were in profound trouble. But it wasn't until I truly saw the way the few scattered locals regarded us, a chilling cocktail of predatory hunger and thinly veiled, malevolent anticipation, that the icy tendrils of true terror began to coil around my heart. This quaint, seemingly idyllic little town, with its picture-perfect main street, its quaint, unassuming shops, and its unsettlingly wide, fixed smiles, was concealing a grotesque, unspeakable secret. And Maria, my beloved wife, and I had, with blind, trusting foolishness, just become unwitting players in whatever sinister, ancient game they were orchestrating. Up until that harrowing point, this cross-country odyssey had been my vision of a perfect honeymoon. Maria and I had reveled in the boundless, exhilarating freedom of the open road, basking in the pure, unadulterated joy of each other's company. We had deliberately shunned the mundane, monotonous major highways, opting instead for the winding, untamed scenic routes that meandered through forgotten corners of America, through towns that time itself seemed to have inexplicably left behind. Everglade wasn't even a blip on our meticulously planned itinerary. We'd taken a wrong turn somewhere, lost ourselves on a lonely, endless stretch of road that seemed to actively consume the very light, when we'd spotted the town's faded, rustic welcome sign. We'd figured it was as good a place as any to seek refuge for the night. That's when our trusty sedan, a reliable companion that had never betrayed us before, decided to breathe its agonizing last. One moment, we were cruising, carefree and content. The next, the engine coughed, groaned in a horrifying crescendo of metallic agony, and gave up the ghost. "Well, this is just fantastic," Maria sighed, her voice laced with a weary resignation, as she raked her dark, lustrous hair from her anxious face. "What do we do now?" I tried, desperately, to maintain a facade of optimistic cheerfulness, a fragile, desperate mask against the encroaching dread. "Hey, at least we broke down near a town. We'll get it towed to a local mechanic, maybe spend the night at a cute, charming inn. It'll be an adventure." Maria offered a small, strained smile, a flicker of forced bravery, but I could clearly see the fresh worry etched deep in her beautiful eyes. We were stranded in the middle of nowhere, with dwindling cash and a car that stubbornly refused to stir. Not precisely the romantic, carefree getaway we'd envisioned. As we painstakingly, laboriously pushed our dead car into town, the first thing that struck me with chilling force was the profound, unnatural quiet. No children's carefree laughter echoing from sun-drenched yards, no distant, muffled hum of music drifting from open windows. Just an eerie, suffocating stillness that made the tiny hairs on the back of my neck stand on end, prickling with an unspoken warning. We managed to maneuver the car to a small, dilapidated garage on the main thoroughfare. The mechanic, a burly, stoic man whose hands were permanently stained with grease and whose face was locked in a perpetual, unyielding scowl, barely graced us with a glance as he grudgingly examined the inert engine. "Gonna take a few days to fix," he grunted, his voice as rough and unyielding as granite. "Parts'll have to come from out of town." "A few days?" I echoed, my heart sinking like a stone, plummeting into a chasm of despair. "Isn't there anything you can do to speed it up?" He fixed me with a gaze so cold, so utterly devoid of warmth or empathy, that I involuntarily recoiled, a shiver tearing through me. Things move slow round here, city boy. You do well to remember that. His words hung in the air, a malevolent presence, a sinister, unspoken warning that settled deep into the very marrow of my bones. Julian, Maria whispered, her voice a fragile, trembling sound, her hand finding mine, her grip tight and desperate. Something's not right here. These people, the way they're looking at us. I'd felt it too. Every single person we passed on the street was staring at us with an unsettling, unwavering intensity, their smiles stretched too wide, too fixed, a grotesque parody of warmth, their eyes holding something that looked disturbingly, unmistakably like anticipation. A chilling, predatory gleam. We found a small, shabby motel on the edge of town. The desk clerk, an elderly woman with a smile stretched far too wide, a grotesque parody of warmth, seemed almost gleeful, her eyes glittering with an unsettling mirth, as she handed us our room key. "Oh, we don't get many visitors here in Everglen," she purred, her voice sickly sweet, cloying like stagnant honey. "I do hope you'll stay a while." The room itself was dated, worn, but surprisingly clean. The moment the door clicked shut behind us, sealing us in, Maria turned to me, her face a pale mask of raw fear. "We need to leave, Julian. Now. I don't care if we have to walk out of this town, but we can't stay here." I longed, desperately, to dismiss her fears, to tell her she was merely overreacting, that small towns were simply different from the bustling, impersonal world we knew. But deep down, I felt it too, a growing, suffocating dread that seemed to permeate the very air of Everglen, a chilling miasma that clung to everything. "Okay," I said, striving for a calmness I didn't remotely feel, my voice a forced, fragile bomb. "First thing in the morning, we'll figure out a way to leave. But for now, let's just try to get some rest." Sleep, however, was a cruel, elusive phantom that night. Every creak of the old motel, every distant, indiscernible sound filtering in from the town, sent our nerves screaming, leaving us rigid with tension, our bodies coiled tight with an unspoken terror. When dawn finally, mercifully, broke, painting the sky in fragile hues of gray and pink, we were both utterly exhausted, but profoundly, desperately relieved to see the first fragile rays of sunlight. Our relief was brutally short-lived. As we stepped out of our room, ready to make our desperate, frantic escape from Everglen, we were greeted by a silent, unnerving tableau of townspeople. They stood in a loose, unsettling semicircle, a human barrier, a living wall blocking our path to the street. At their center stood a man in a meticulously tailored suit that might have been fashionable decades ago, now a relic, his smile wide but utterly devoid of warmth, failing to reach the cold, dead depths of his eyes. "Good morning," he said, his voice smooth as polished stone, devoid of any genuine emotion. "I'm Mayor Silas. We're so pleased you've decided to join us here in Everglen." We were just leaving," Maria stammered, her hand finding mine, her grip tight and desperate, a plea, a silent scream for rescue. The mayor's smile widened, revealing far too many teeth, a predatory gleam, a chilling, grotesque parody of welcome. "Oh, I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, once you come to Everglen, you don't leave. That's just how it is." My mind raced, a frantic, desperate scramble to comprehend the horrifying reality that was now crushing us. "Look, our car will be fixed in a few days. We'll be out of your hair then, I promise." Mayor Silas chuckled, a dry, unsettling sound that sent shivers tearing down my spine. scraping against my very soul. You misunderstand me. You're not leaving in a few days. You're not leaving ever. Everglade needs new blood, you see, to keep things fresh. That's when the subtle, horrifying changes in the townspeople around us became terrifyingly, unequivocally apparent. Their smiles stretched wider, impossibly so, their faces subtly elongating, their features subtly shifting, almost liquefying. Their eyes seemed to glow with an eerie, unholy inner light that was undeniably, terrifyingly unnatural, twin coals of malevolent purpose. What are you?" I whispered, my voice a raw, shaking rasp, barely audible. "We are Everglade," the mayor replied, spreading his arms wide in a grotesque, all-encompassing gesture, a chilling invitation to an inescapable fate. "And now, so are you." What followed was a nightmare so visceral, so unspeakable, it rips at my soul to even recall. Maria and I ran, of course. We ran until our lungs burned with desperate agony, until our legs felt like leaden weights, threatening to give out beneath us. But Everglade, it seemed, had its own horrifying, inescapable agenda. No matter which direction we desperately fled, we invariably found ourselves back in the town center, a cruel, inescapable gravitational pull, a spatial anomaly. The roads that should have led us to freedom looped back on themselves in impossible, reality-defying ways, twisting, turning, always returning. It was as if the very geography of the place was actively warping around us, a living, breathing labyrinth, trapping us in an endless, agonizing maze. The townspeople, a growing, relentless tide, pursued us with a single-minded determination that was terrifying in its cold, unyielding intensity. They never seemed to tire, never faltered, their strides impossibly consistent, and with each agonizing hour, they became less and less human, shedding their familiar facades like grotesque, discarded skins. We witnessed faces stretch and distort into nightmarish caricatures, their features melting, reforming. Limbs elongated to impossible, grotesque lengths, fingers becoming talon-like, bodies twisting. The very air itself seemed to shimmer around them, to ripple and distort, as if reality was struggling, failing, to maintain its coherent shape in their malevolent, encroaching presence. As night, a suffocating, inky blanket, descended, we found ourselves cornered in the old, decaying church at the very edge of town, its ancient stones offering little solace. The windows were crudely boarded up, dark, gaping wounds, the doors barricaded with whatever flimsy obstacles we could desperately find. But we could hear them outside, a horrifying symphony of scratching and clawing at the very walls, their guttural whispers, sibilant and chilling, seeping through the cracks, promises of our impending doom. "Julian!" Maria sobbed, her face streaked with grime and fresh tears, her eyes wide with unspeakable horror. "What's happening? What are they?" I wished, with every fiber of my being, that I had an answer for her, some rational explanation, some fragile anchor that could bring a semblance of sanity to the utter, crushing madness we'd stumbled into. But all I could do was hold her close, my arms wrapped protectively around her, burying my face in her hair, and whisper a desperate, futile promise, that somehow, some way, we would find a way out of this hell. As the long, agonizing night wore on, the sounds outside grew louder, more frenzied, a terrifying crescendo of inhuman hunger. The walls of the church began to warp and twist, to buckle and groan, the very structure of the building seeming to writhe and pulse around us, infused with a malevolent, ancient life. In those dark, agonizing hours, Huddled together in the trembling heart of a town that defied all logic and reason, I grasped a terrible, inescapable truth: Everglyn wasn't merely a place. It was something alive. Something ancient. Something profoundly, terrifyingly hungry. And it had chosen us to be its next, agonizing meal. But even in the deepest, most suffocating depths of that horror, a tiny, defiant spark ignited within me, a flickering flame of desperate resistance. We might be trapped, yes. Outmatched by forces we couldn't even begin to comprehend, by a reality that had twisted itself into a nightmare. But we were still us. Still Julian and Maria. And as long as we had each other, as long as our hands were intertwined, we had hope. As the first, fragile, hesitant light of dawn began to seep through the jagged cracks in the crudely boarded-up windows, I turned to Maria, my mind clear, my resolve hardening into steel. "We're getting out of here," I said, my voice steadier than I felt, imbued with a newfound, desperate certainty. "I don't know how, but we are. Together." She nodded, her eyes shining with a potent mixture of raw fear and unwavering, desperate determination. "Together," she echoed, her voice trembling but firm, a vow. And so, as Everglyn writhed and pulsed around us, its inhuman inhabitants closing in, their whispers growing louder, more insistent, we prepared to make our stand. Because sometimes, when confronted with the utter, impossible, reality-shattering horror, all you can do is cling to what you love, to what truly matters, to the essence of your being, and refuse to let go. Whatever Everglyn was, whatever dark, ancient secret it held, we would face it. And maybe, just maybe, we would find a way to break free from its suffocating, malevolent grasp and return to a world that made sense. A world where towns didn't come alive and trap unwary travelers, where geography remained fixed, where smiles were genuine. A world where nightmares stayed safely in the realm of dreams, locked behind the veil of sleep. But even if we didn't, even if Everglyn ultimately claimed us, tearing us apart, we would go down fighting. Because that's what you do when the world turns utterly upside down and reality itself becomes your most terrifying enemy. You hold on tight to what matters most, and you never, ever give up. Story 11. The feeble beam of my flashlight flickered erratically as it swept across the jagged, ancient rock of the cave entrance, briefly illuminating a grotesque tapestry of bizarre, unfamiliar symbols etched deep into the stone. My heart, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs, surged with a desperate, exhilarating excitement. This was it, the discovery of a lifetime, a testament to civilizations unknown. But as I, Alex, took a hesitant, trembling step deeper into the suffocating, primeval darkness, an icy, insidious chill snaked its way down my spine, tightening its grip with each breath. The whispers began, soft at first, a faint, almost imperceptible rustling of sound, barely audible over the rhythmic drip of water from unseen crevices. Then they grew, louder, more insistent, a cacophony of alien syllables echoing from the terrifying, unseen depths of the earth. That's when the horrifying realization slammed into me with the force of a physical blow: I wasn't alone in these oppressive caves. And whatever malevolent entity lurked down here with me was anything but human. My name's Alex, and I've served as a park ranger at the sprawling, ancient Blackwood National Forest for the better part of a decade. I prided myself on knowing every single inch of these woods, every winding trail, every ancient landmark, every hidden crevice. But these caves, they were new. A massive, gaping sinkhole, a raw wound in the earth, had opened up after the relentless, torrential rains of last month, revealing a vast, labyrinthine network of underground caverns that no one, not a single soul, had known existed. As the resident ranger with the most extensive caving experience, I was tasked with conducting the initial, precarious survey of the system. Simple enough, or so I naively believed. Just map out the main passages, meticulously note any potential hazards, and report back. No one, not even in their wildest imaginings, expected me to stumble upon what could only be described as the archaeological find of the century, or perhaps, its greatest, most terrifying curse. The morning had begun, deceptively, like any other. I geared up at the ranger station, meticulously double-checking my essential equipment, helmet, powerful headlamp, an array of backup flashlights, a comprehensive first aid kit, rationed water and energy bars, a reliable radio, the standard, mundane accoutrements for a solo expedition. I'd done this 100 times before, in countless other cave systems, each one a familiar, predictable challenge. This was just another day at the office, or so I told myself, a flimsy shield against the burgeoning unease. The hike to the sinkhole took about an hour, the path winding through ancient, silent trees. As I approached the gaping maw of the entrance, I could physically feel the cool, damp air flowing out from its depths, carrying with it the musty, ancient scent of undisturbed earth and stone that had been entombed for millennia. I paused at the very edge, shining my powerful light into the profound, suffocating darkness below. The beam disappeared instantly, swallowed whole by the abyssal void, yielding nothing. Well, here goes nothing, I muttered to myself, the words a hollow, fragile sound swallowed by the vastness, securing my rope to a sturdy, ancient tree and beginning my slow, perilous descent. The first 100 feet or so were precisely what I had anticipated: rough, unforgiving limestone walls, the occasional glistening stalactite clinging precariously, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing to trigger alarm. But as I rappelled deeper, lower, the very nature of the cave began to subtly, chillingly shift. The walls became impossibly smoother, almost polished in places, reflecting the faint glow of my headlamp with an unsettling sheen. And then, I saw the first of the symbols. It was intricately carved into the sheer rock face, a series of complex, swirling patterns and cryptic lines that looked vaguely familiar, almost recognizable, yet utterly unlike any ancient script I had ever encountered. My heart began to pound, a frantic drumbeat of awe and burgeoning terror. This was big. Really, really big. As I continued my descent, more and more of these bizarre, intricate symbols appeared, stretching across the vast expanse of the cavern walls. They seemed to weave a narrative, to tell a story, though of what, I couldn't even begin to guess. By the time my boots finally touched the cold, damp cave floor, the walls around me were a pulsating, overwhelming tapestry of these mysterious glyphs. I unclipped from my rope, my flashlight beam dancing erratically across the cavern, revealing its immense, breathtaking scale. It was massive, easily the size of a football field, with countless dark tunnels branching off in every conceivable direction, like hungry, waiting mouths. The air hung thick, heavy with the oppressive weight of untold ages, a palpable silence that pressed in on all sides. That's when I heard it. A whisper. So faint, so utterly ethereal, I was convinced I had merely imagined it, a trick of the profound isolation. I froze, straining every nerve, every sense, my ears ringing with a desperate effort. There it was again. A sound that might have been words, but in no language I had ever heard, no tongue known to humankind. It seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, a disembodied chorus swirling around me. "Hello?" I called out, my voice, a fragile, desperate plea, echoing mournfully off the ancient stone walls, swallowed by the vastness. "Is someone there?" The whisper stopped abruptly, as if my voice had violently shattered a fragile spell. The silence that followed was deafening, a profound, crushing void. I tried, desperately, to shake off the eerie, crawling feeling that permeated my skin, that gnawed at my sanity. "Get it together, Alex," I muttered to myself, a desperate, futile attempt at self-reassurance. "It's just the wind, or water, or something." But deep down, in the very core of my being, I knew that wasn't true. There was no wind down here, no discernible running water that I could see or hear. I forced myself to focus on my primary objective. I pulled out my mapping equipment, the familiar tools a small comfort in the burgeoning terror, and began to survey the main chamber, trying, desperately, to ignore the prickling sensation at the back of my neck that screamed, with chilling certainty, that I was being watched. As I worked, meticulously recording every detail, the whispers returned, louder now, more insistent, a chilling chorus. They seemed to be emanating directly from one of the darker tunnels, leading deeper into the oppressive, unknown depths of the earth. Against my better, more rational judgment, I found myself inexplicably drawn towards it, compelled by an unseen force. The tunnel was narrow, forcing me to duck my head, my shoulders scraping against the rough rock as I squeezed my way inward. The symbols on the walls grew more complex, more frenzied, more desperate, as if whoever, or whatever, had carved them was growing increasingly desperate, increasingly frantic, to communicate something profoundly urgent, profoundly terrifying. The whispers swelled, growing louder with every step I took, an overwhelming crescendo. They were all around me now, a cacophony of alien, unintelligible sounds that made my head spin, threatening to shatter my sanity. I wanted desperately to turn back, to run screaming for the fragile safety of the surface, for the blessed light of day. But something, an unseen, irresistible force, compelled me forward, drew me inexorably towards the unknown. The tunnel finally opened up into another chamber, smaller than the first, but no less awe-inspiring, no less terrifying. In the chilling center stood a massive, monolithic stone structure that bore the unmistakable, disturbing resemblance of an ancient altar. And on that altar, gleaming with an unholy, malevolent light in the desperate beam of my flashlight, was an object that utterly defied all explanation, all understanding. It was roughly the size and grotesque shape of a human skull, but it was like no skull I'd ever seen, no bone known to man. It seemed to be fashioned from some impossible, ethereal crystal, faceted and impossibly smooth, and it was glowing, pulsing with a malevolent, inner light that shifted and swirled like living, liquid energy, drawing me in with an irresistible, terrifying force. The whispers, now a deafening, insistent roar, reached a fever pitch as I approached the altar, my hand, seemingly of its own accord, reaching out towards the crystalline skull. "Don't touch it." A voice. Human. Terrified. It ripped through the cacophony of whispers like a jagged knife, tearing through the very fabric of the air. I spun around, my heart pounding, slamming against my ribs, to see a man standing at the entrance to the chamber. He was gaunt, impossibly thin, his clothes tattered and ruined, his eyes wide and wild with profound fear, and something else, A terrifying flicker of recognition. "Who are you?" I demanded, my hand instinctively darting to the radio clip to my belt, a futile gesture. "How did you get down here?" The man laughed, a hollow, broken sound that echoed mournfully off the ancient walls, a chilling premonition. "Who am I?" "I was you once. Alex Chen. Park ranger. Sent to survey the caves." I felt the blood drain from my face, leaving it cold and clammy, a sickening lurch in my gut. That's impossible. I'm Alex Chen." He nodded, a sad, knowing smile twisting his emaciated face. "You are. And I was. A week ago. A month ago. A year ago. Time doesn't work right down here. I've lived this moment 1,000 times, always hoping that this time, this one precious time, I'll be able to stop myself." My mind reeled, a frantic, desperate scramble to make sense of his impossible, terrifying words. "Stop yourself from what?" His wild, haunted eyes flicked to the glowing crystal skull, then back to me, full of a profound, ancient regret. From touching it. From releasing what's inside. From becoming this. As he spoke, I noticed something that turned my blood to ice, freezing it solid in my veins. Behind him, where his shadow should have been, was something else. A reddening, undulating mass of inky darkness that seemed to pulse and shift, tendrils reaching out, coiling, grasping towards me with a malevolent hunger. What are you?" I whispered, taking an involuntary, terrified step back, my voice barely a breath. "I'm what happens when curiosity overrides caution," he said, his voice filled with a profound, resigned sadness, an ancient weariness. "I'm what happens when humans meddle with forces beyond their understanding." The whispers, a malevolent chorus, swelled, growing louder, more insistent, more chilling. I could almost understand them now, almost grasp the horrifying meaning behind their alien syllables. "They're hungry," the other Alex said, his spectral form seeming to flicker and distort, to waver on the edge of visibility. "They've been waiting so long. Trapped in that crystal prison. And now that you're here, now that I'm here, they can finally be free." I shook my head, backing away from both him and the malevolent altar, my mind screaming in protest. "No. This isn't real. This can't be happening." He smiled, but it was a twisted, broken thing, filled with profound pain and ancient regret. "I said the same thing once. But it is happening. It always happens. And it will keep happening, over and over, until what?" I asked, though in my heart, a cold, crushing dread told me I already knew the horrifying answer. "Until one of us is strong enough to break the cycle. To walk away." I looked at the crystal skull, feeling its insidious pull, a magnetic, irresistible force that tugged at my very soul. The whispers, now a deafening, intoxicating roar, promised knowledge, power, answers to questions I didn't even know I had. But as I stared into the swirling, glowing depths of that otherworldly artifact, I saw something else, horrifying flashes of what might be, of what would be if I succumbed to its insidious temptation. Endless cycles of profound horror. Of becoming the very monstrous thing I feared. Of watching myself, my own desperate self, make the same agonizing mistake again and again, for all eternity. With a Herculean effort, a desperate, agonizing wrenching of my very will, I tore my gaze away from the skull. "No," I said, my voice shaking, but stronger, more resolute than I felt, and fused with a defiant, newfound purpose. I won't do it. I won't become you. The other Alex's tormented smile transformed, slowly, impossibly, into something genuine, filled with a profound, overwhelming relief and a flicker of desperate hope. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. And before my eyes, he began to fade away, shimmering into nothingness, the reddening, inky shadows dissipating like wisps of mist in the morning sun. I didn't wait to see what would happen next, what horrors might still lurk in the depths. I ran. Faster than I'd ever run in my entire life, fueled by a primal, desperate surge of self-preservation. Back through the narrow, twisting tunnel, back to the massive main chamber, back to my rope and the distant, tantalizing promise of daylight above. As I climbed, hand over agonizing hand, towards the surface, I could hear the whispers fading, growing fainter with each precious foot of height I gained. By the time I reached the top, scrambling frantically over the lip of the sinkhole, they were utterly gone. I emerged into the blinding sunlight, gasping for breath, my body shaking uncontrollably, convulsing with the profound aftermath of terror. Part of me, the rational, self-preserving part, desperately wanted to convince myself it had all been a vivid hallucination, a cruel trick of the mind brought on by the suffocating darkness and the profound isolation. But I knew better. I knew with an unshakable, terrifying certainty that it had been real. All of it. I reported that the caves were unsafe, impossibly unstable for any further exploration. I recommended, with urgent, desperate insistence, that they be sealed off permanently. If my superiors thought my fervent insistence was odd, a little too intense, they didn't say anything. They merely nodded, accepting my assessment. Sometimes, late at night, in the profound, suffocating silence, I think I can still hear those whispers, faint and insidious, calling to me from the unseen depths of the earth. But I don't answer. I don't go back. Because I know now, with an icy, profound clarity, that some secrets are meant to stay buried, eternally hidden beneath the earth. Some questions are far, far better left unanswered, their terrifying truths concealed forever. And sometimes, the bravest, most courageous thing you can do is simply walk away. Story 12. The first chilling sign should have been the way the gaunt-faced locals abruptly clammed up, their eyes darting away, whenever I, Sarah, even dared to utter a whisper about the missing hikers. The second, a more ominous warning, was the grotesque, ancient symbols painted in what looked disturbingly like dried blood on the bark of trees deep within the encroaching forest. But it wasn't until I found myself, utterly helpless, bound to a cold, unforgiving altar, surrounded by robed figures chanting in an otherworldly, guttural language, that the horrifying truth slammed into me, just how deep, how profoundly evil, this story truly went. And how utterly, terrifyingly unlikely it was that I would ever live to write a single word of it. My name's Sarah Chen, investigative journalist for the Boston Globe. My career had spanned the dark underbelly of political scandals to the intricate, brutal webs of organized crime. But nothing, absolutely nothing in my jaded experience, could have possibly prepared me for the chilling depths of depravity I was about to uncover in the seemingly sleepy, idyllic town of Whisperwind Haven, nestled deceptively deep within the ancient Appalachian Mountains. It all began with a deceptively simple assignment, a disturbing series of disappearances in the area over the past few years, hikers mostly, the kind of story that usually, mundanely, turns out to be a tragic combination of poor preparation and unforgiving, brutal terrain. But something about this one felt profoundly, chillingly different. The numbers were too high. The patterns of disappearance too consistent, too unnatural. I arrived in Whisperwind Haven on a crisp, vibrant autumn morning. The trees were a riot of fiery reds and burnished golds, a breathtaking, deceptive display. On the surface, the town was picture perfect, a postcard come to life, quaint shops lining a charming main street, friendly faces offering polite, nodding hellos as I passed. But beneath that veneer of bucolic charm, I felt it, an undercurrent of profound tension, a deep-seated weariness in people's eyes that sent a cold prickle of warning through my journalistic senses. My first stop, predictably, was the local sheriff's office. Sheriff Thorne Hawkins was a bear of a man, his handlebar mustache quivering slightly as he spoke, a nervous tic. "Not much to tell, really," he drawled, leaning back in his creaking, worn chair, a deliberate attempt at casual dismissal. "Folks come out here, don't respect the wilderness, end up lost. It's a shame, but it happens." But as he droned on, his eyes, I noticed, kept darting furtively to a large, worn map thumbtacked to the wall behind him. Clusters of ominous red pins, like drops of dried blood, marked the precise locations of the disappearances. They formed a distinct, unsettling pattern, one that absolutely could not be explained by random chance, by mere accident. "Mind if I take a closer look at that map?" I asked, striving desperately to keep my tone light, casual, innocent. The sheriff's entire demeanor shifted instantly, a subtle, chilling transformation. He stood up abruptly, his massive bulk a deliberate, intimidating barrier, blocking my view of the map, a silent, menacing warning. "I think we're done here, Miss Chen. Whisperwind Haven thanks you for your concern, but we've got this under control." I was abruptly, firmly ushered out of the office, more certain than ever that something was profoundly, terrifyingly wrong in this seemingly quiet town. Over the next few agonizing days, I tried relentlessly to interview the locals, to pry loose the secrets they so fiercely guarded. But most were tight-lipped, their faces shuttered, their eyes blank. Those who did, reluctantly, speak offered the same rehearsed, hollow party line, tragic accidents, nothing more. But their eyes, their deeply haunted eyes, told a starkly different story: fear, secrets, a profound, unspoken terror. It was Elias, a gangly, nervous teenager working at the local diner, who finally, after much coaxing, gave me something concrete. He cornered me as I was leaving, his voice barely above a frantic whisper, his eyes wide with a desperate, suppressed terror. "You want to know the truth? Check out Crow's Peak. But be careful. They're watching." Before I could even formulate another question, before I could ask who they were, he was gone, vanishing into the bustling diner kitchen, leaving me with far more chilling questions than answers. The very next morning, fueled by a desperate, burning journalistic hunger, I set out for Crow's Peak. It was a brutal, arduous hike, the trail overgrown and poorly marked, as if deliberately trying to deter intruders. As I climbed higher, the ancient forest seemed to press in around me, its dense canopy suffocating the light. The cheerful, comforting bird song of the lower elevations gave way to an eerie, profound silence that stretched, menacingly, to the highest reaches of the peak. That's when I saw the first symbol. It was deeply carved into the ancient bark of a massive, gnarled oak, a crude, grotesque etching. It looked like a distorted star within a circle, primitive yet unnervingly deliberate. Something about it, its sheer malevolence, made my skin crawl, a cold, sickening sensation. As I continued my ascent up the mountain, more of these chilling symbols appeared, marring the ancient trees, defacing the cold, impassive rocks, even crudely scratched into the very dirt of the winding trail. Near the summit, shrouded in a dense, primeval mist, I found something that stopped me dead in my tracks, freezing my breath in my lungs. A small, hidden clearing, shielded from the main trail by a thick, impenetrable wall of ancient pines. In the chilling center stood a rudimentary ring of massive, rough-hewn stones, each one meticulously carved with those same unnerving, alien symbols. And in the very middle of the ring, a pile of fresh ashes, the smoking, telltale remnants of a very large, very recent fire. I was frantically snapping pictures with shaking hands, the camera a desperate shield against the encroaching terror, when I heard it. Chanting. Carried on the cold, swirling wind. Low and rhythmic, a guttural, alien sound, in a language I had never, ever heard before. And it was growing closer. Closer. I ducked instinctively behind a large, jagged boulder, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic, warning drumbeat against my eardrums. Through a narrow gap in the rock, I saw them. A silent, terrifying procession of robed figures, their faces obscured by deep, concealing hoods, making their slow, deliberate way up a hidden, overgrown path. At their chilling center, they half carried, half dragged a man. Even from a distance, I could clearly see the raw, unadulterated terror etched on his pale, contorted face. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that I should run. Turn and flee. Get back to town, any town, and scream for help, summon the authorities. But the journalist in me, a burning, insatiable hunger for the truth, for the story, couldn't look away, couldn't abandon this unfolding horror. This was it. The story. Right here. I had to know more. So I followed them, my movements as quiet, as imperceptible as a phantom, up to a desolate plateau near the mountain's peak. What I witnessed there defied all belief, shattered all reason. A massive, ancient stone altar, weathered and stained, dominated the desolate plateau, its surface covered in the same malevolent, alien symbols. It was surrounded by a grim circle of standing stones, equally ancient, equally scarred with the chilling glyphs. The robed figures, silent and unnerving, arranged themselves meticulously around the altar, their guttural chanting growing louder, more insistent, a terrifying crescendo that seemed to vibrate through the very ground. I raised my camera, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold it steady, desperately determined to document whatever unspeakable horror was about to unfold. But before I could take a single shot, before my finger could depress the shutter, strong, unyielding hands seized me violently from behind. A sweet-smelling, cloying cloth was pressed brutally over my nose and mouth, its sickly sweet fumes immediately filling my lungs. As consciousness, a fleeting, precious thing, began to rapidly fade, I heard a familiar voice, insidious and chilling, whisper in my ear, "Told you they were watching, Miss Chen." I awoke to find myself utterly bound to the cold, unforgiving altar, the ancient stone leaching the last vestiges of warmth from my body, leaving me numb and shivering. The robed figures, a menacing, silent circle, surrounded me, their guttural chanting reaching a fever pitch, a pulsating, dizzying roar that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. One of them, a looming, terrifying shadow, stepped forward and slowly, deliberately, lowered his hood. My breath hitched in my throat. I recognized him instantly. Sheriff Hawkins. "You should have left well enough alone," he said, his voice a low, chilling monotone, tinged with what sounded almost, impossibly, like genuine regret. Whisperwind Haven has a sacred duty, one that's been passed down for generations. We keep the old ones satisfied, and in return, they leave the rest of the world alone. You're insane. I spat, struggling violently against my bonds, the rough ropes chafing my skin. You're murdering innocent people. The sheriff shook his head, a slow, deliberate gesture, his face utterly devoid of emotion. A few lives a year to save millions. It's a price we've learned to pay. As he spoke, the very air around us began to shimmer and distort, rippling like heat haze, morphing into a terrifying, liquid membrane. The chanting grew impossibly loud, a deafening, reality-shattering roar, reverberating through my very bones, threatening to shatter my eardrums. And then I saw it, a tear. A jagged, bleeding wound in the very fabric of reality itself, opening like a monstrous, gaping maw in the air directly above the altar. What emerged from that impossible, gaping portal was utterly beyond description. It defied all logic, all reason, all sanity. Tentacles writhed, thick and glistening. Eyes, countless and unblinking, stared out from impossible angles. Gaping maws, filled with row upon row of razor-sharp, dagger-like teeth, opened and closed with a sickening wet sound. All shifting, all changing, never settling on a single, coherent form, a nightmare made manifest. The sight of it threatened to shatter my sanity, to rip my mind from its moorings. I screamed, a raw, primal sound, but it was utterly lost, swallowed whole by the cacophony of the fanatical chanting and the eldritch, soul-rending roars of the unspeakable thing hovering above me. This was it, I realized, with a chilling, profound clarity. This was how I was going to die. Sacrificed to some cosmic horror, some ancient, malevolent entity, on a desolate mountaintop in the middle of nowhere. But even as terror, cold and paralyzing, threatened to overwhelm me, to consume my very soul, the journalist in me, that stubborn, defiant spark, refused to give up, refused to yield. I had to find a way out. I had to expose this monstrous madness to the world, to tear back the veil of secrecy. My fingers, numb with cold and fear, worked frantically at the ropes binding me, a desperate, fumbling struggle. Years of dedicated yoga and grueling rock climbing had, inexplicably, made me more flexible, more agile, than my barbaric captors had accounted for. As the sheriff, his face a mask of cold, unholy purpose, raised a wicked-looking dagger, its blade glinting with an unnatural, otherworldly light, I made my move. With a final, desperate, agonizing surge of strength, I slipped free of my bonds and rolled violently off the altar, hitting the cold, hard ground with a sickening thud. Chaos erupted. The cultists, caught utterly off guard, stumbled over each other in their frenzied haste to grab me, a mass of flailing, robed bodies. But I was running on pure, unadulterated adrenaline, a raw, desperate energy. Ducking and weaving through their grasping, desperate hands, I fled. The entity above the altar roared in a fresh paroxysm of fury, its impossible tentacles lashing out wildly, indiscriminately, tearing at the very air itself. I ran like I'd never run before in my entire life, my lungs burning with agonizing protest as I tore blindly down the treacherous mountain path, roots and rocks snagging at my feet. Behind me, I could hear the horrifying sounds of pursuit, the guttural shouts of the cultists, the enraged roars of the entity, and something else, Something even more terrifying, a sound like reality itself tearing, ripping at the seams. I didn't stop running until I burst out of the dense undergrowth and onto the shoulder of the highway, my rental car a distant, blessed beacon on the desolate road. With shaking, fumbling hands, I wrestled with the keys, glancing wildly over my shoulder every few seconds, expecting to see the grotesque procession emerging from the tree line. As I peeled out onto the main road, gravel spraying behind me, I saw figures, shadowy and indistinct, emerging from the tree line, their inhuman shrieks following me, echoing in my mind, long after they'd faded from view in my rearview mirror. I drove straight through the night to Boston, stopping only for brief, frantic bursts of gas, my body rigid with tension. Every passing shadow on the road seemed to conceal a lurking, robed cultist, every odd shape in the darkness a monstrous, tentacled abomination. It wasn't until I was safely within the four walls of my apartment, doors triple locked and blinds drawn tight, that I finally allowed myself to break down, a shaking, sobbing wreck on the floor. In the days that followed, I wrestled with the agonizing, impossible question of what to do. I had no tangible proof, no solid evidence beyond my own shattering testimony. My camera, my sole witness, had been tragically lost in the chaotic struggle on the mountaintop. And my story, who, in God's name, would believe it? Interdimensional monsters and human sacrifices in a quiet, forgotten small town in America? I'd be laughed out of every newsroom in the country, my career, my reputation, utterly annihilated. But I knew, with a fierce, unshakable certainty, that I wouldn't, stay silent. Whatever grotesque horror was unfolding in Whisperwind Haven, whatever cosmic terror the town was appeasing with blood and profound secrecy, it needed to be stopped. Even if it cost me my career, my reputation, perhaps even my very life, I had to try. So I sit here now, typing out this agonizing account, the words flowing from my trembling fingers, a desperate plea into the void. I don't know if it will ever see the light of day, if any soul will ever truly believe me. But I have to try. Because now I know the chilling truth, the world is stranger, more ancient, and infinitely, terrifyingly more perilous than we can possibly imagine. And sometimes, the only thing standing between humanity and unimaginable, cosmic horror is the raw courage to speak out, to bravely shine a light into the darkest, most unfathomable corners of existence. If you're reading this, it means I've succeeded in some small, desperate way. And if you ever find yourself traversing the majestic, yet profoundly ancient mountains of Appalachia, stay far, far away from Whisperwind Haven. Some secrets, I've learned with chilling certainty, are far, far better left buried, eternally hidden. Some questions, their answers too terrible to bear, are far better left unanswered. But some truths, no matter how terrifying, no matter how sanity-shattering, must be brought into the light. Even if that light, in its desperate, defiant glow, inevitably attracts the malevolent, hungry attention of things best left in the suffocating shadows.